10,000 jobs for the youth. On the textile sector, the youth that are trained, after 6 months, they're operational, they have a job. And so therefore, we are convinced that once we identify good projects, we can also create value, process our raw materials, and create jobs for the youth. Now, the agricultural sector, it is at the heart of the economy in the country. It is being transformed extensively. Under the leadership of the head of state in Togo, we're not talking of food security, we're talking of food sovereignty, improving productivity, providing inputs that are necessary for agribusiness. Therefore, Togo intends to position itself as being a country that produces and that feeds its population through processing of local produce and by creating jobs for the youth. And indeed, we have been able to identify some of the key areas. The first key area is to identify promising sectors that can create value and create jobs. And we would want to structure this in a value chain approach. You take cotton. We improve agricultural productivity of cotton, ensure availability of raw material and processes here in Togo by producing textile, garment, and so on, name it, for the population. This is just an example. How do we do this? We need to improve on productivity. Inputs should be available. Fertilizers should be available. We need to have a good mechanization so that farmers have access to the necessary equipment in order to plow the land. We need good, well-developed areas. We call them developed, plowed farming areas where you have farmers around. We want to also ensure that these raw material are processed. I'm insisting on this. We've been exporting our raw material for some years now. We want to process these raw materials here. To do so, we made the following decision. We need to have in place an agricultural processing agency that will be a relay based on our strategic options. And that agency should be the relay with the private sector, be it international or local private sector. The other essential element is also to ensure that the youth is attracted towards the agriculture sector. No young people doesn't want to use the old equipments and plow the lands. We need to equip them. And therefore, we've put in place training institutes for development. Some of them have been focusing on agriculture, aquaculture, and livestock. These are the things that we do. This is a strategic choice. We want to take action. Really, we need to impact the life of those who made the decision to get indulged in agriculture. The third element, which is important, has to do with infrastructure. We cannot do agriculture industry without investing in infrastructure to support that sector. I said a while ago that we invested extensively in infrastructure, road infrastructure, port, airport infrastructure. But as we speak, we believe there are two key elements to speed up development: digital and energy. This is why 75% of our projects in the roadmap have a digital component. We want to lay out fiber all across the world, on the territory. We want to improve inclusion and create wealth. The Minister of Digital Transformation dwelt on that. Energy is also a key element for growth and acceleration of growth. In 2 years, we've established two 65 power plants, a solar plant of 68 megawatts. And so these are critical elements we want to achieve. Energy sovereignty is more important for industry and processing energy. Two key elements, digital and energy. That's all I want to share with you when it comes to industry, agriculture, infrastructure sectors, focusing on the fact that infrastructure, as far as we're concerned, are critical. Without good infrastructure, you cannot talk about connectivity, creating wealth, or creating jobs. These are good, enlightened leadership. That's what you're doing to achieve the economic agenda. Yes, definitely. The other two ministers will elaborate more on the project. But before this, your conclusion. Well, thank you, ma'am. Here in Togo, same applies to all other countries in the sub-region. We're not talking of statistics. We're not talking of figures. We're talking of the reality we build on day in, day out. This is critical. Indeed, we are entrepreneurs of real development. What do I refer to? Not just for Togo, but for the sub-region. But we are fully aware that we do have results. We need to speed up and go faster. The objective we've set ourselves in the roadmap is that Togo is stable, peaceful, modern, ambitious, with sustainable economic growth. That will be of benefit of all Togolese. And so there is need for us to insist on inclusion, continuous progress, improving the conditions of life. We've been talking about infrastructure. Inclusion is very important for us because we need to improve on the living conditions of our populations. To succeed in doing so, we believe that we continue to innovate. We need to continue being ambitious, and we need to be agile to speed up progress towards development. Indeed, we need to work together with our partners, with streamlined procedures in order to speed up and make progress. We need to review and going back to the drawing board. And as I said to Africa50 yesterday, we need to adopt methods and discipline. These are important for us. We in Africa, let me once again commend the catalyst role of Africa50 to mobilize resources in order to develop our countries. As His Excellency, the President of the Republic, said it yesterday, this is not enough if we don't think of two critical issues: the need to better support our countries when it comes to security expenditure. He said it yesterday, without security, without stability, there is no development. Let's not be mistaken. The President said it yesterday, I'm buttressing this morning. There is need, therefore, to deal with the issue of security and stability in our country. Likewise, he insisted on something else. Better taking into account investment risk in our country. So, in sum, I'm calling on you all, investors, our friends, our partners, to really believe in Togo. Please, bet on Togo. Because we have huge potentials. The youth, educated, business-minded, men and women are vibrant, and the business climate is always attractive for all. I thank you.
A big round of applause for Her Excellency Victoire Dogbe Tomega, Prime Minister of Togo. We now move on to a presentation looking at the works that are being done in the agricultural sector. Et pour ceci, j'aimerais vous inviter, honorable...
To this, I'm going to invite the Honorable Antoine Lekba-Gbeni, Minister of Agriculture of Togo, for the Republic of Togo. The minister, Gbegbenny, has some is not feeling well, so he's being represented by his secretary.
Madame le Premier ministre.
Your Excellency, Madam Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, the noble guest, as Madam Prime Minister has just indicated, the minister being taken ill has asked me to come and make the presentation on the agricultural sector to this assembly. Let's recall that Madam Prime Minister already indicated that in line with the new vision of the Togolese government, Togo has made the choice to put agriculture at the heart of its development. This was translated during the national fora on agriculture, during which the head of state indicated himself that the development of Togo will happen through the development of agriculture. And to
Okay. Donc pour le faire,
So to do this in a context, a very favorable physical context, and despite this very favorable physical context, the Togolese agricultural sector has always been marked by some challenges. That is the small size of surface area, the low productivity of the sectors, and also the weak organization of producers and access to financing. So to remedy this, two areas were identified as areas of intervention. Madam, please bear with me.
bon, excusez, je peux rapidement résumer la présentation, il n'y a pas de souci. Donc, disons que deux activités principales.
Two main activities are at the heart of the government's intervention in the agricultural sector. First, organizing the sector, organizing spaces through agricultural development areas, as Madam Prime Minister indicated, and second, setting up of agropolis. The second one is mechanizations and mastery of water, control of water, so as to face climate change issues. In order to be able to do this, the government opted for a change of paradigms, whereby private sector should be put at the heart of financing agro-food industries, and also to change trends by transforming agriculture, which has also been considered as change it toward an agriculture that is oriented toward the development of the country. To do this, an agency of food agriculture processing was created, the main mission of which is to do analysis, identify the bottlenecks, and propose solutions, implement projects and the different measures, making it possible to reach those objectives. The other aspect on which the government has been working is what is agropolis, or the agricultural development areas. Today, with the support of the African Development Bank, Togo has been putting in place a pilot agropolis in Kara. It's one of the 10 agropolis that were identified to be put in place by 2030. This agropolis will make it possible to organize producers on an area, bigger area, And to date, this covers a surface area of 665,000 hectares and production blocks that hover around 100 hectares. So these blocks are made available to producers so as to be able to resolve their problem of access to mechanization, inputs, financing, and counseling. This makes it possible to use the raw material at the best so as to be able to guarantee food availability and achieve food sovereignty. These areas also make it possible to secure the land made available to producers, to establish them, and also put the same services, make the same services available to them. Now, once all this had been put in place to facilitate the work, reduce the difficulty of work, and foster mechanizations, centers of mechanization were created across the land. The idea is to put at least 6 such centers, and to date, the government, with the support of the private sector, has already initiated 2 mechanization centers in 2 regions. The ambition of these centers is to facilitate access to mechanization services and to irrigation services. Their main function is rental and sale of equipment, training, maintenance, rental, maintenance, service provision on the field. This is done with the support of the private sector, as I said, and it is in a context of private-public partnership. So there's possibility to have concessions and or to do rental. Over all these functions, many initiatives can be identified in terms of private investors on which private investors can compete, either by providing equipment or managing these mechanization centers so as to facilitate access to these surfaces of service provisions. So, Your Excellency, Madam Prime Minister, these are a few elements that I can sum up on this presentation on private sector, which is agriculture, which is identified as a key sector at the heart of agricultural development in Togo. Thank you, sir, for this presentation. I would now like to invite Honorable Zuriato Kassa Traoré, Minister of Public Services of Togo, to please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Excellence, Madame le Premier ministre.
Excellency, Prime Minister, thank you. Honorable Ministers, Director General of Africa50, I owe you thanks, you representatives of the private sector here represented. I must say that we have huge ambitions in Togo, and it is summarized as follows. We want to build the highway of unity, which is called the Prosperity Motorway, as the President of the Republic would call it. In his speech yesterday, the President said that Togo is a tiny country projecting towards the north over about 700 kilometers. Has as neighboring countries Burkina Faso, Benin, and Ghana, and at Atlantic Ocean. Yesterday, the president of AFDB said that the road is a backbone. What did he mean? We do have a backbone cutting across the country. It's 500-kilometer road. When there is an accident on the road, so the country is divided into two. Before I proceed, let me indicate that the government over the past 10 years has been working long and hard in developing road infrastructure. That commitment on the part of the government made it possible to finance more than 1,300 billion CFA francs, and we built 1,445 kilometers with the support of BOAD, AFDB, EBIT, the World Bank, IFD, BADIA, and Arab Fund. Furthermore, the government, aside building and development, we really want to sustain the gains. Over the past 10 years, we invested more than 404 billion to maintain 13,500 kilometers of roads across the country. Let me also point out, in most of the developing countries, we may have 10 years between the design and the actual building of a road. During that period, the infrastructure in place is no longer relevant in terms of the economy, the aspiration of the populations. What do I mean by this? Countries increasingly now have what we call the scissors effect between growing social demand and constraints when it comes to budget resources. As the President for Resources Nanyasingbe said yesterday in his speech, it is really irreversible because of the health crisis that hit hard all countries, including African countries, and as we speak today, the Ukrainian crisis. Furthermore, there is another challenge in terms of managing and operating the roads. We do it in tandem through independent road maintenance companies. So all these models that we have, the traditional partners, budget, government budget and management, all these models are obsolete, outdated when it comes to executing far-reaching projects. And so we can no longer provide infrastructure that is required when it comes to growth, economic growth, and the development in our country. This is why the Togolese government made the decision to introduce PPP arrangements when it comes to building motorways, the Unity motorway between Lome and Senkase, so that we can alleviate congestion on the roads in Togo and ease access to the hinterland or the landlocked countries, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. Now, this project, when it comes to Unity motorway construction project, let me recall that this forms part of Project 16 of the government roadmap 2020-2025. And the objective is to develop a road network of quality when it comes to the gains and contribute to the social development, to construct infrastructure for access to healthcare markets and ease their access. Togo, as I said a while ago, has 700 square meter. We made a decision with our partners that express interest, the Arise Group, the Estoa Group, SG Group, that assisted the country in updating data available along this emblematic corridor on the Togolese territory, and they estimated the overall cost of these twinning to 1,700 billion CFA francs. The road exists. We do have a road that links up Lomé to Burkina Faso. Now, the idea is to enhance the quality of that road, but also to build in parallel another road so that we have a twinning in order to reduce the distance and to develop, by so doing, the country. As a result of the pre-feasibility and feasibility studies undertaken by the partners that I mentioned, the government made a decision to phase the building of this secondary road that will allow us to have a motorway. The very first phase leaves Davier all the way to Atakpame, over 140 kilometers. The second phase from Atakpame to Kara, over a distance of 249 kilometers. And the third from Kara to Senkase, over 248 kilometers. Let me recall, I believe my colleague from Maritime Economy is in our midst. After the heavy investment in the Lomé port, the country multiplied by 4, if I'm not mistaken, the volume of goods transiting through the Togolese territory. And therefore, based on this, building on this, absolutely, we need to revisit the project to ease the flow of the traffic and ease access to countries in the hinterland. We need 48 hours between Lomé and the border between Togo and Burkina Faso at Senkase when the goods are bound for Burkina Faso. And we intend, with this tuning, to divide this time by 2. That is from 48 hours to 22 hours. That is the ambition we've set ourselves. When it comes to the institutional framework, the Ministry of Public Works will be the main contractor, because the government, as I said a while ago, adopted the PPP arrangement when it comes to the building of that motorway. I was saying it a while ago, the project will be financed under a public-private partnership model, and the cost hovers around 1,700 billion CFA francs. When it comes to the phasing of this project, we intend, with the assistance of the Minister of Economy and Finance, we want to sign up the MOU with respect to the first phase. With the assistance of the World Bank, we are building on the existing infrastructure between Awuda and Kara, and it is our wish that with the support of the World Bank, we will update the feasibility status already available, because indeed there was need to revisit them, given the international context and the decay on that road. We will then have to undertake another study for the second phase of that project between Atakpame and Kara, with the assistance of the World Bank. These are the various phases. From Lomé, let me recall that the government already funded, using its own money, twinning of that road over 20 kilometers from the port of Lomé all the way to the city we call Davier. The remaining part is from Davier all the way to Atakpame on the map, over 140 kilometers for the first phase. Second phase, it's from Atakpame all the way to Kara, after the Plateau region all the way to Kara. The yellow area on the map, and the third phase is from Kara all the way to Sinkase. So I thought that with the assistance of AFTB and Africa50, we may want, based on the MOU signed yesterday with the assistance of the Minister of Economy and Finance, to recycle MR5 over 120 kilometers. We'll find ways and means to fund the very first phase to kickstart this project. We also believe that we may build the Abidjan-Lagos corridor over 55 kilometers. We have finalized the works. The managing director of Africa50 said yesterday, nothing is perfect in this world. Even though project is ongoing, it is possible to negotiate and recycle these roads that are under construction. I believe that will be the way to go. And this indeed will allow us, aside the recycling of that first motorway, we can also do same for the southern Abidjan-Lagos road. We might want to mobilize the necessary funds to finalize the first phase, which is very important, with the city of Chevier, those who know Togo, those who cross that city all the way to Atakpame. It is a bottleneck when it comes to the traffic along those roads. We want to bypass it over 14 kilometers, and these 14 kilometers are part and parcel of these 140 kilometers. In a nutshell, without forgetting the fact that there are toll booths. We have 5 toll booths on this corridor from Lome to Senkatse. The partners that will express interest to support the Togolese government as part of this project may want to decide to establish other toll booths and also decide on the tariffs they may want to impose on it, so that they ensure return on investment in between 20 and 30 years. I believe members of the board of Africa50 are potential investors. With the support of His Excellency Prime Minister, we believe that we can mobilize the resources. It's an emblematic road. I would want to insist on it. It is competitive as compared to Benin and Ghana. We're talking of 1,020 kilometers to reach Burkina, but in Ghana you need 300 kilometers, and same applies to Benin. This road is very competitive. It is our hope that investors in our midst can express their support, at least for the first phase, so that we pursue the studies on phase 2 and 3. Madam Prime Minister, that's all I have for you today. Thank you for your kind attention.
Madam Ministre, a big round of applause to our excellencies. We will now thank you very much, Madame le Premier Ministre. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Allow us to applaud our ministers as they regain their seats. as we have just heard about projects that demonstrate Togo's commitment to building bankable, scalable, replicable projects in fostering an environment that allows for public-private partnerships, we cannot talk about this without looking at the financing of this. Now, amidst a backdrop of rising interest rates, inflation, and a lot of uncertainty in recent times, how do we get the financial commitments that we so desperately need in the region? To lead this next session, I'd like to welcome to stage Mr. Raza Hasnani, Managing Director of Africa50 for Project Finance. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to this high-level panel discussion on financing in a new era, navigating uncertainty, volatility, and a high interest rate environment. Today, we are privileged to have a distinguished panel of top government, finance, and business leaders, each bringing their unique insights and experiences to the table. The current macroeconomic environment presents unique and formidable obstacles to African infrastructure projects and companies. Rising interest rates, inflation, volatility, heightened geopolitical risks have significantly impacted the outlook for infrastructure development on the continent, raising concerns about capital availability and debt crises. However, in the face of these challenges, we recognize that some basic truths remain, which was alluded to by the Honorable Prime Minister. Infrastructure development remains the backbone of economic growth, poverty reduction, and sustainable development in Africa as it does in other emerging markets. It is the catalyst for progress, opening doors to opportunities and improving the quality of life for millions. I cannot think of a better group to discuss these issues than we have assembled here. Let us extend a warm welcome to Honorable Sidi Kaita, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs of the Gambia. Your extensive background in finance and economic affairs, along with your leadership in policy-making positions, you well to provide valuable insights into the macroeconomic risks constraining the investment environment and the medium-term outlook for this country, for your country, and for Africa. We are delighted to have Mr. Solomon Quaynor, Vice President for Private Sector, Infrastructure, and Industrialization at the African Development Bank as a panelist. Your deep experience in project financing and infrastructure development, gained through your inspiring career spanning the globe, will help us explore accessing long-term capital in the current environment and identifying the optimal mix of capital structures. We are also honored to have Mr. Serge Ekwe, President of BOA, joining us today. Your vast global experience in infrastructure financing and regional development, as well as your leadership of a critical institution focused on West Africa, will be invaluable in shedding light on the challenging capital situation in West Africa and across the continent, and concerns around contagion, market hesitancy, and greater risk premiums. A warm welcome to Mr. Chenua Azubike, Managing Director of InfraCredit. Your extensive background in credit enhancement and infrastructure financing, coupled with your leadership in mobilizing resources from pension funds and insurance companies, and in promoting sustainable and impactful investments, will enrich our discussion on the role of innovative financial instruments and attracting capital to projects. Lastly, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Paul Harry Etnard, Regional Executive of OMOA and Managing Director of Ecobank Côte d'Ivoire. Your deep understanding of capital markets, local currency financing, and facilitating long tenors for infrastructure financing will greatly contribute to our exploration of these vital topics. Together, these esteemed panelists bring a wealth of knowledge and experience in infrastructure financing and development. Without further ado, let us commence this discussion. I will start off with a tee-off question, and perhaps I could pose it to the Honorable Minister first, and the other panelists can jump in afterwards. What are the main headline macroeconomic risks that you see constraining the investment environment? And what is your medium-term outlook for your country, for your region, and for the continent?
Thank you very much. And the major macroeconomic outlook risk we have as a developing country and sub-Saharan Africa region in particular is the debt sustainability. If you look at the debt profile of most sub-Saharan African countries, is at a level where it's very high, and a large amount of the national resources is allocated towards servicing debt. And as such, these debts are also denominated in foreign currency. So the limited foreign currency that is available to import essential commodities and food is used in debt servicing. So that is a major headline risk that we are facing. And this risk is unabated. That is why there's a call for the debt moratorium or restructuring for these developing countries, because the debt stocks, some of them were acquired decades ago. And when translated into local currency, the debt has ballooned in local currency terms. The second element of risk in the horizon is the polycrisis. The polycrisis emanating from climate change, food, fertilizer, and fuel price hikes, as well as the uncertainties that comes with that. And the way forward to handle that is, these are unforeseen events which are recurring on a frequent and much more frequent basis than was traditionally the case. And one area is the flash floods and the adverse effect of climate change that we are all facing as developing countries. Particularly in my own country, last year we had experienced flash floods. That was a major challenge for us. The third element will be the foreign exchange market. As we know, the US dollar is strengthening, and that is putting pressure on the availability of dollars. And as such, most of our currencies are declining against the US dollar. This has an implicit pressure on the availability as well as the translation of the imported food and essential commodities from outside, and as such is feeding through inflation. In most of the developing countries, the inflation that we are witnessing are import-driven. As such, the impact of the currency crisis through a more strengthened US dollar is feeding towards inflation. And inflation poses uncertainty in the economy and making confidence for investors. These are some of the major headline risks that we see affecting us currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Quaynor?
I mean, the ministers actually exhausted the topic. I'm not sure exactly what to add to that, but you know, definitely, you know, we're at a point where we have regional public goods. I mean, we have global public goods like climate finance, and we want to make sure that that doesn't take away from our development, you know, agenda. So as we take a look really at, you know, the debt sustainability risks, which the minister has really outlined as one of the biggest, you know, factors affecting low-income countries in Africa, we have to find a way to balance delivering on those global public goods like climate, especially in our case is adaptation, so it's not revenue generating, and also our development needs, notwithstanding, you know, the debt situation across our countries. I mean, that's the only additional contribution, Minister, I can make to your very exhaustive
Sounds good. Yeah, I think let's just keep this a free-flowing discussion. Whoever would like to jump in, please do.
Well, thank you. The one thing I could add is that we should not be distracted from what is essential. What is essential for us is, first of all, everything related to infrastructure. And there's no better place than being here today to discuss infrastructure. Infrastructure is, how do we move, how do we commute from point A to point B? How do we communicate from point A to point B? We should not be distracted from anything related to energy, affordable energy, solar energy, hydrogen, renewable. We should not be distracted from anything but agriculture. When it comes to food security, but also when it comes to agribusiness. We should not be distracted from anything related to real estate, affordable real estate, social real estate, affordable real estate. And we should not be distracted from anything related to human capital, health and education. And doing so, someone said once, make a good politics and I'll make you a good finance. It works this way. It doesn't work the other way around. If you make a good politics, good policies, then we have a good finance, you see. So for me, we should not be distracted from these essential sectors focus. And, everything that the Prime Minister said this morning, everything related, we need stability. And stability is distraction. And stability is disturbing the procedures, is disturbing the focus. And I think that if we remain focused on the 5 sectors I have earlier mentioned, I think we would be in better shape in a generation time.
This governance and stability, I think all 3 very important pillars.
Thank you very much. And I will just roll on the back of the points that have been made. The minister highlighted the challenge with macros, and Solomon also highlighted how we should balance climate change with development. And the question is, how do we innovate to continue to unlock access to finance? And I think, this creates an opportunity for new models that can continue to address some of the constraints that we see. So one of the things we look at, we provide local currency guarantees to mobilize domestic credit from local resources, pensions, and insurance. And what this ultimately helps do is to reduce some of the fiscal constraint, because the government doesn't have to borrow to finance all its infrastructure if it can develop them in a way that allows private sector participation. And when we look at the high interest rate environment and the inflationary impact on affordability and accessibility, if we make the projects more climate aligned, then we could attract blended funding that reduces the cost of financing, which ultimately reduces the cost of services to the end user. So there is an opportunity that it creates, but ultimately, the sort of reforms that are needed to ensure sustained growth are critical. In Nigeria, for example, we've had to remove fuel subsidies, we've had to unify the exchange rates, and this expectantly should help to create a more stable outlook for the market. Thank you.
I think this is working. Thank you. So just a couple of comments. First one is, Her Excellency the Prime Minister has made a powerful comment this morning saying that with this crisis, basically all the different risks have heightened. So credit risk has heightened, liquidity risk has heightened. We are also seeing feasibility risk that has heightened. So we are facing a concentration of risk, and it makes it probably in the last 30 years one of the most challenging times that we're going to be facing going forward. But we need to see this as an opportunity as well, because I believe that is going to force us to do 2 things. One, we need to think through how we can develop our capital market. So we can talk about it later on, but that's definitely a space where we can build up. Number two is going to force us as well to rethink what we need to do in terms of local currency funding. Because the model of having hard currency funding is something that is not sustainable in the long term, and we all know about it. But this is going to force us to rethink also that model. Thanks.
That's a theme that I see coming out of all of your comments, which is local currency financing. That clearly would be a very welcome solution. But perhaps we can dive into this deeper, and perhaps we start out with you, Shinoa, and then the rest jump in. We haven't solved that issue yet. How do we mobilize local currency financing, local institutions to provide the funding for the projects? Because as several of you have said, financing in hard currencies, financing in foreign currencies is unsustainable. Because of the interest rate parity, you're paying for it in any case through devaluation. So how do we solve for this?
Thank you very much. So it's an architecture in terms of the components of the value chain that need to be fixed ultimately. But with InfraCredit's example, we were established and were backed by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority alongside other DFIs, including AFDB, AFC, KFW, Development Bank, InfraCo Africa, and domestic insurance companies. And the whole objective was to use guarantees to enhance the creditworthiness of projects to attract the investment interest from domestic pension funds and insurance, thereby provide an alternative for projects to access long-term finance in local currency. And over the past 5 years, we've been able to lengthen the yield curve, i.e. lengthen the tenor for corporate debt to up to 20 years, largely funded by local pension funds. And so this demonstrates that you can access competitively priced debt in local currency for private sector developed projects from pensions and insurance companies. Now, the challenge we've also experienced over time is the lack of good quality projects. And so again, to strengthen the entire ecosystem, institutions like the Accelerator Fund that was launched yesterday also have a role to play, because then you want to have a consistent flow of good projects that ultimately can be financed by issuing guarantees or any other credit enhancement instrument and transferred to pension funds and insurance companies that have that long-term funding. And countries like Togo do have similar markets. They've got pensions, they've got insurance, and they have a youthful population, which essentially means that there's an appetite to take tenors of up to 20, 25 years, fixed rate, patient capital, which is most needed. And there is certainly an opportunity to replicate. It is a scalable model, but also fits very nicely with the financial architecture that I see that is being launched here. Essentially, we need to look at financing infrastructure as a value chain as opposed to, sub-components. And through that symbiosis amongst the value chain, we can predict and scale in terms of financing. So the model has been proven, can work, is replicable, and would help build capital markets. And so in doing this, you're also deepening the market with innovative financing instrument, but also enabling growth in terms of resilience in times of shocks like what we're experiencing now.
Okay, so maybe I can jump on what Chinua said. We actually do have local currency funding, except it's short term, because it's mostly a bank intermediated market. So the big question is really more about domestic capital markets that brings in the pension funds who have long-term local currency pools and savings. And this is really where we need to make an extra effort. Today, we estimate that about $2.3 trillion equivalent of local currency money is in the hands of African sovereign wealth funds, pensions, life insurance, etc. But where are they mostly invested? They're invested in government treasuries. So what we need to do is actually create the right risk assets, okay, in terms of infrastructure projects, and provide the appropriate guarantees, because these are retirement savings. We don't want to take unnecessary risks on them. So this is why we, for example, would be able to provide a AAA guarantee to give comfort, to these pension funds to invest in large infrastructure projects. But we realize that we can't do it all. And so we're looking to actually, continue to create institutions like InfraCredit. We've worked with InfraCredit in Nigeria, and they've channeled about $300 million equivalent of pension money into the infrastructure space. Now, let's also be honest. I mean, if you're going to do a power project, and my good friends, Kevin and Alain and Sepidi are here, you're going to be buying turbines. Those are foreign currency. So you can't always do local currency immediately. So most likely then, what we should be thinking about is bringing that refinancing approach as early as possible. Once construction is done, cash flows are established, that's when we should look at local currency bonds to refinance, the expensive foreign currency debt. But domestic capital markets development, especially in the bond market, is important. In the equity markets, it's also important. I mean, we're linking up, 15 different stock exchanges, across Africa, with a total market capitalization of $1.3 trillion. And that is also going to create the opportunity for equity to come in to actually support good projects, and then have those good bankable projects attract African pension funds.
Yeah, I mean.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I can go on this. I think when it comes to local currency funding, we have to think outside the box a little bit. And the status quo has not worked because the IFIs have better risk ability to manage the foreign currency risk. And when you have the capability to manage risk, you should do that. We all know our developing countries, the capital markets we are talking about are not yet mature. So the pension funds are not large enough to be able to accommodate the development aspirations. If you look at the financing needs, the pension funds combined cannot address them. So it is time that the IFIs think seriously to issue long-term financing in local currency, because they have deeper balance sheets, they have better risk management capabilities, and they can transfer the risk. But when we receive foreign currency lending, we have nowhere to transfer the risk to. It becomes a residual risk. So it is timely that, I know it's a difficult conversation, but the IFI should look into seriously assisting their intervention in local currency so that the currency risk and the associated debt related to that will be minimized for us, because our capital markets, which are prerequisites to local currency funding, are not yet there. To build capital markets, you need a strong regulatory environment, strong fundamentals, which are yet to take off. So that's my take. It sounds unconventional, but I think the big brothers should also bear the risk in their development agenda. Thank you.
Well, infrastructure is all about long-term investment. Now, we need long-term funding. Local currency is always cheaper, naturally. However, when you look at the situation, take the situation of BOAD, we provide local currency funding. Now the question is, how do we provide long-term funding to sustain the development, to fund the development in infrastructure, et cetera, you name it. So either it exists or you construct it. Now, does it exist? The reality is no. I mean, as the minister rightly said, rightly pointed out, there's no capital market, profound capital market. But capital market is what? It's a long-term curve. It's not the back end, but it's not the front end, but the back end of the curve. So we need 20 years, 25 years, 30 years interest rate, a curve, literally a curve. Now, it does not exist. So if it does not exist because you don't have long-term liabilities. We have long-term assets, investment, infrastructure. We have the asset, but we don't have the long-term liability. Who would invest in 20 years like this? So the liability does not exist. But we could construct it. So we could construct it, for example, if we construct a 10-year in 10 years, it literally means a 20 years. Technically, we can construct it. The second thing is, we could also construct it, as my brother Kenner just mentioned, and it's something DFIs work on, multilateral institutions like the African Development Bank work on, successfully work on, is to issue guarantees. Because again, the question is, who is gonna sit next to you, standing by you, all the way through the 20 forthcoming years? Who's going to do that? Our job is to do that, either by issuing guarantees. So literally it means that in case of a default, the first loss will be absorbed by multilateral development institution, or there's another way, which could be, to set up, but it's very simple, to set up a cash reserve, simply a cash reserve, which could play a role as a capital that would remain in a structure for the forthcoming 20 years. And then in case of a default, this cash reserve could absorb the first loss. And doing so, you provide long-term funding, long-term liability to face long-term assets. These are the few techniques, and it's not that complicated. And again, the Vice President just mentioned it. I think it works, you see. So we should not only wait for capital market to improve. Capital market is us. I mean, we are the actors, We cannot just sit and say, well, let's wait for, we actors, we're not here to observe.
Thank you. You've actually given very good examples of how to deepen capital markets. And I think from your past experience in the Asia-Pacific region, I see some sort of similarities on what you said to something like AT1 bonds. But perhaps we can deepen this conversation around capital markets a little bit. And maybe I'll ask Paul Harry to give your views on what can be done, besides the examples that Serge gave, what can be done to deepen capital markets on the continent for infrastructure?
Thank you. Before I come to that, I just want to share two ideas that we can think through for the future. Number one, the key issue for commercial debtors to finance infrastructure is not the credit risk, because the probability of an infrastructure project to fail is pretty low. The issue for us is the liquidity. So we want to have access to long-term liquidity, which is different from the credit risk. We want to take the credit risk. What we don't have today is that long-term liquidity. We took some position when we said that we want to finance, for example, PIA, over 10, 12 years. The issue was not to say that we are scared about the credits that we are taking. We were scared about having access to that long-term liquidity. That's what we need to find. Number two, if we want to find that liquidity, we need to partner commercial banks and TFIs to find long-term liquidity at a cheaper rate. That is the other angle that we need to pay attention to. And we need to see how we can set up vehicles where we can use the ratings of the TFIs, combine with our commercial debtors rating to improve access to long-term liquidity. That's the point. That's where we need to pay attention. That's what we need to be bold about. So when I'm going and I'm having conversation with BOAD, the conversation is not about guarantees. No, I'm ready to take the risk. The conversation is about, can you help me to have access to liquidity long term? Then to come back to your point, capital market is about investors and issuers. So we need to ask ourselves a couple of questions. One, do we have investors? Do we have investors in Africa that are ready to take that risk? And the answer to that is yes, we do. Because if you are a pension fund, or you are even an insurance company, if you are looking for a long-term asset where you can match your asset and your liability, outside of real estate, the only thing that you have is infrastructure. So we have those investors. What we need to do now is to see how we can sponsor them, how we can incentivize them, how we can motivate them through tax advantages, through a couple of things to go into the capital market. Then we need to think about the issuers. And I know that I have that question that comes up every time where we don't have enough good projects in Africa. I disagree. I mean, name them. They are here. Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. I can find you 10 good projects every year only in this region. Energy, I have a portfolio of 7 to 8 projects today that are bankable. So those issuers exist. So I think the match between issuers and investors can be made. We just need to incentivize those issuers and those investors to go into the capital market.
So in terms of your question about how can we develop our own capital markets, and I think you're focusing on debt capital markets, right? Or both? Both. No, so as I mentioned earlier, we have a program with the African Securities Exchange Association that links up 7 different stock exchanges from South Africa to Egypt, Morocco, Nigeria, Kenya, and essentially creates a single capital market of $1.3 trillion with the appropriate level of liquidity, okay? We have to start to think Pan-African and not country. The minister mentioned that the pension funds in each country are small, but aggregated across Africa, that's $2.3 trillion. We need to start to also work on the reforms, the pension reforms, because in most markets, the pensions can only invest in country. So there's something that we call the 5% agenda, where we're trying to really advocate, to different countries to allow 5% really of their pension assets under management and also potentially life insurance as well to be invested not outside of their countries, but outside of their countries in Africa, so that we can begin to actually aggregate, these pension funds to invest in the investable projects that Africa50 is project developing and other project developers are project developing. So as we look at, at debt capital markets, it's not only about the liquidity, it's also about creating the right risk assets, because today we have a supply-demand imbalance. We have a whole lot more money in the infrastructure space chasing few projects. I mean, I hear you, the gentleman on the end from EcoBank, but we still have a dearth of bankable infrastructure projects. It's not to say that we don't have some, but we still have a dearth of bankable investment projects relative to the needs that we have, which is still about $68 billion to $108 billion a year. And given that we cannot address everything, let's say on a Pan-African basis, we need to actually look at the infra-credit model. We're looking to replicate the infra-credit model across sub-regions, okay? And once again, we create that aggregation model. But let me stop there, because I can see that Serge is chomping at the bits.
I have been informed, please go ahead. I have been informed by the MC that we have to wrap up, which is unfortunate considering the deep insights we're getting from this panel. But let me just try to close with a question, which is the role of DFIs. How do you see, what is the role for DFIs in the current environment? And what do they have to do to be more innovative and bolder? And I'll give you one example. It's a shameless plug for our organization, which is asset recycling. This is something that we have been championing. Our CEO has been championing since he was the only voice on this. And now this is something that's become a really important instrument on the continent. So perhaps you could talk about asset recycling as you see it, and also other innovative structures that we can have, and perhaps make this also your closing remarks, because I know some of us have to go and sign deals, which is what we're here for.
Thank you very much. I think on the asset recycling, we'll start with that. And this was all in our response to the challenges, because we realized that one of our development agenda cannot just be left to the DFIs. We as citizens and as nationals of our country, we should take the development agenda to our own hands. And to do so, we have to look at what are the challenges. And the challenges we have seen are institutional framework, to make institutions work, to ensure the public financial management is implemented, value for money, public expenditure, efficient procurement, but also to make the assets work. Most government in the developing countries have large assets unattended. You look at roads that are constructed, power stations constructed, bridges built, but as soon as they are inaugurated, no attention is paid to them. That is why in the Gambia, we have looked at the case of the Senegambia Bridge, which was a grant given by the African Development Bank. And we saw this as a cash flow generating project, which is generating toll traffic over the years. And efficient management of this will only add to the public resources. That's why we partner with Africa50 to do an asset recycling. An asset-backed security will be issued. The bridge was constructed at a tune of $110 million. And we are going to, the Africa50 will now do an asset recycling for a tune of $100 million that will be used to now create future similar type of assets that will be used in the national development. So we cannot just look outside and expect monies to come. Let's look at how are we managing the assets that are already in place. And I think our asset recycling program with Africa50 is a case in point and is a worthy example, so that the assets will be better, public assets will be transferred to private management for better service delivery and efficient assistance to the public purse, in terms of, because this will assist the treasury, bringing in additional revenue, which is neither debt, so as such it will address our debt challenges and also increase the needed liquidity for the day-to-day operations as well. That is one area I can come on. Thank you.
So, Raza, in terms of MDBs, we have to do more, and our risk appetite also has to increase. So guarantees in different ways to actually catalyze institutional investors. Imagine if we actually go to what I call an originate and distribute model. We originate deals with the intent to actually distribute to the institutional investors, and we continue to recycle that. Guarantees, we were able to actually support Egypt in the issuance of a panda bond. We shouldn't only think about the Eurobond market. There's a panda bond market, there's a samurai market. We were able to give Egypt the tenor extension and also a price savings relative to benchmarks of about 500 basis points. Yes, so we should look at other markets as well, and we would use our guarantees. But if you have money and you don't have the risk assets, you're blocked. So that's why the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa is a bold move to create also the right risk assets. And we as AFDB, working with our partners, Africa50, AFC, and the others, will continue to use the Africa Investment Forum as a convening way to actually look at transformational projects, because once again, we can't always solve every problem, at one go. And then lastly, my favorite, we'll replicate infra credit across Africa.
Well, the role of DFIs, we have briefly mentioned it yesterday, is first of all to be counter-cyclical. We invest when no one wants to. We inject liquidity when no one wants to. We are risk on when the whole world is risk off. And therefore, we do not believe that the issue is liquidity. We believe that the issue is capital. We haven't seen any country in the world successfully developing itself without capital, long-term funding. And it allows you to get access to long-term funding. The liquidity comes from the capital. The bigger your capital is, your Tier 1 capital is, the longer your maturity of your debt can be. So that's why we truly believe that capital is of the essence, and basically it's a rule, it's the roots of capitalism. You want to develop, that's the name of the game. Thank you.
In today's world, we're now looking at questions around timeliness, being fast, being able to replicate and scale. And I think that has also put on a different lens through which you gauge yourself as a DFI, how innovative you are, how responsive you are, and ultimately how outcomes are achieved. And I think that will define the definition of DFIs in the future, because it's about getting the job done. And so if we think about banking 20 years ago and what fintechs are doing today, it's ultimately getting the job done, helping a customer to access a bank account. So I think the innovation and responsiveness and the ability to coordinate, work with those who are able to solve problems and leverage their strength would really get us there quicker and ultimately faster.
My final word is about partnership. Let's see how we can partner better. We are all speaking in our own verticals, DFIs, commercial banks, equity partners. I think what will make sense is to see how we can partner together. Let's do partnership between DFIs and commercial banks, instead of saying that capital, liquidity, credit. Let's see how we can partner between the government and the long-term capital providers. I think that's what we need to think through now. And we have that opportunity today with this crisis to rethink the model. Thank you.
And I think also we need to recognize some of the landmark and innovative things that your institutions are already doing. And one example I'll give is, not talked about that much, but African Development Bank did a truly landmark synthetic securitization. And it was the first multilateral development bank that did it. Very, very technical, very innovative, and very successful. And it did exactly what Solomon talked about. It allowed capital to be recycled into infrastructure projects on the continent. So we must celebrate the successes that we have. I'm afraid we'll have to close now. I must again thank our distinguished panelists. This was very insightful. Thank you.
A big round of applause for the very well-led and insightful conversation. And it's on that note that we proceed to deal signings. I'd like to welcome to stage Alain Ebobisse, Group CEO of Africa50, and also keep on stage Monsieur Serge Ekoué, President of...
Mr. Ekoué Serge, President of the West African Development Bank.
An MOU between Africa50 and BOAD. Yes. J'invite Monsieur Serge Ekoué. So we are here for the signing of an MOU between Africa50 and the BOAD, Banque Ouest Africaine de Développement. Under this partnership, Africa50 and BOAD aim to work together to co-develop and co-finance infrastructure projects in Africa, as well as mobilize further capital into the region's infrastructure projects. And as we proceed to sign the documents, a true demonstration of the action of partnerships. And a round of applause for the signing of the MOU between Africa50 and BOAD. Monsieur Serge Ekoué, président de la Banque.
Mr. Serge Ekoué, President of the West African Development Bank, and Mr. Alain Ebobisse, CEO de Africa50.
I would like to keep at the signing table Monsieur Serge Ekoué, and welcome to the signing table Honorable Sedi Keita, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for the Gambia. To proceed to the signing of the Senegambia Bridge Asset Recycling Project. This is the signing of a joint development agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Africa50 for asset recycling of the Senegambia Bridge. This is another project that is therefore joining the Africa50 asset recycling program that we did talk about in the previous panel and throughout the last 2 days. Furthering on from the signing of the Lomé Pamela Road signing that took place yesterday. A big round of applause for the signing of the MOU for the Senegambia Asset Recycling Project. Ladies and gentlemen. And we now proceed with the next session. We are done with the signing ceremonies, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to regain your seats. We will continue with the remainder of the program. We now move on to our next conversation, boosting Africa's power system, the investment case for transmission line PPPs. Now, according to the International Energy Agency, Africa's energy consumption is expected to increase by nearly 60% by 2040. While there have been significant investments in generation, the financing of transmission assets has typically been done of public budgets and has lagged quite significantly. To set the scene for us and tell us more about the investment case for transmission line PPPs, please join me in welcoming to stage Mr. Anas Sharafi, Senior Investment Director at Africa50, and Mr. Moshood Abolade, Investment Director at Africa50. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session on transmission PPPs, a topic that we are very excited about. Before we start excuse me, can you please be seated? We will start the next session now. Thank you. So we will now be starting our discussion around transmission PPPs. As I said, a topic that Africa50 is very excited about. I myself and my colleague Moshood will provide some background before the panel discussion starts. Just to start off, I think it's important to remember that 30 years ago, the first IPPs, independent power generation projects, were being developed on the continent. At the time, power generation was strictly financed on the public sector balance sheet. Now, 30 years forward, and IPPs have become completely mainstream. 400 projects have been completed across the continent, more than $70 billion in capital mobilized. At Africa50, we believe that we are on the cusp of a similar change when it comes to transmission, where a sector that is at the moment 100% funded by the public sector will see increasing private sector participation. And the few projects that are at the pilot stage at the moment, including the one we are developing in Kenya, the most advanced transmission PPP project at the moment, will pave the way for many more projects. Now, just to give a few numbers before we start the discussion, what is the issue? It is quite significant. At the moment, across Africa as a whole, we have 3 times less transmission assets per capita than other emerging markets, such as Latin America. In fact, some countries within Africa have 10 times less transmission assets per capita. That is a very significant issue. It also means that there is a very significant investment gap. We are talking about $6 billion in capital that needs to be mobilized annually. And as we heard from the previous panel, we are in a context where government balance sheets are extremely constrained at the moment. So the solution cannot come from public sector funding alone. Hence the need for private sector investment. And it is doable. We are not talking rocket science. We're not reinventing the wheel here. It has been done elsewhere very successfully. Latin America, in particular, has been able to mobilize very significant amounts of investment, over $55 billion in emerging markets over the past 25 years mobilized elsewhere. So why not Africa? Now we'll now pass on to my colleague Moshood, who will walk us through the investment models and what we are doing in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As my colleague has mentioned, he's described the enormous investment deficit that exists in the transmission space in Africa. So I would elaborate more on the avenues for bridging the gap and what Africa50 is doing as an institution. It is worth mentioning that there are a number of models through which government can leverage private sector capital and expertise for transmission system development. These depend on system needs and various other factors. Based on the precedents that from markets like Chile and India, we have observed two primary models. The first, which involves structures centered around concessions of entire grids to one private party or a consortium via outright privatization or fixed period concessions. The second type focuses on concessions of each of the transmission lines and substations that are required to reinforce, upgrade, or expand the grid of a given power system, potentially leading to more private transmission participants and hence more competition. However, for these PPPs to be implemented successfully, a number of ingredients are important. Firstly, laws, regulations, and policies that ensure clarity and certainty around aspects like modes of procurement of projects, licensing, market rules, and operating standards are very important. In addition to that, feasibility needs to be determined at both sector level, the transmission subsector level, as well as individual projects. Feasibility in this context speaks to techno-economic, financial, environmental, and social, and others. In addition, sponsors need to be credible, experienced, and strong enough to deploy the required capital, which is mostly early stage, to ensure that projects ultimately get to financial close as soon as possible. And as is the standard for PPPs and project finance transactions, the project risks need to be allocated to the party best placed to manage them. And specifically for transmission projects in Africa, risk allocation needs to consider the life cycle evolution for each different market. And finally, a tariff framework that not only ensures cost recovery, but also a fair return for private sector to ensure sustainability of these investments. I am proud to mention, again, that Africa50 is currently developing what would be the first private transmission project in Africa, which involves 2 sets of transmission lines and associated substations in Kenya. This is being done as a PPP with the government of Kenya through the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, the PPP Directorate, as well as the Ministry of Energy. Africa50 has also partnered with Power Grid Corporation of India, its technical equity partner, who was selected via a competitive process. And for context, Power Grid Corporation of India is the 3rd largest transmission utility in the world by circuit kilometers of lines. And we have worked together so far to establish the feasibility of this project across the various dimensions that I earlier mentioned. Our work has now culminated into the submission of a private investment proposal under the auspices of the PPP Act in Kenya, which was approved by the PPP Committee earlier this year. This approval authorizes us to continue to develop and structure the project, working with government to achieve financial close as soon as possible. The proposed structure that you see here on the screen is quite customary and aims to deliver an affordable PPP from a physical and consumer standpoint, value for money over the life of the concession, and an efficient allocation of the risk of the project. And we do hope these can be used as a template, as Anas mentioned earlier, for helping governments and state-owned utilities to deliver more transmission projects at speed and at scale across the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that excellent setting of the scene. I don't know about you, but I'm very excited to get into the next conversation. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming this next panel as we discuss the opportunities as well as the challenges in developing the transmission lines and PPPs relating to that on the continent. I would like to join hands for Honorable Mila Aziable, Minister of Energy for Togo, as she comes to stage. Mr. Kevin Kariuki, VP for Power, Energy, Climate and Green Growth at the AFDB. Let's give him a round of applause. Ms. Fatoumata Sissoko Si, Business Manager for Infrastructure and Natural Resources in West and Central Africa for the IFC. And Mr. Raghu Sharma, Senior Advisor at Africa50. Now, as we've heard, when it comes to the investment into transmission lines, there is a lagging, looking at generation and looking at distribution. Now, what I'd like to start off is getting an understanding of where we are in terms of Togo and the wider energy mix. Madame la Ministre, pourriez-vous nous donner un bref aperçu général du secteur?
Could you give us a brief overview of the sector in Togo and what is the part of partnership in this? Thank you very much, Tanya. Before anything, I'd like to thank Africa50 for having organized this framework of exchange. And I thank you for giving me the floor to talk about the politics, the energy policy of Togo, notably the involvement of the private sector, which certainly plays a role in our expectations and in the regional objectives. The ultimate goal of which is access, universal access to electricity. We know that electricity is an engine of development, but this sector is quite obviously at the heart of the concerns of the President of the Republic, His Excellency for Sozimna Nyasingbe. And the idea is to operate a structural transformation of our economy in an inclusive and sustainable manner. And he has made this the main priority of the government. So the government is particularly really focused on in assuring, guaranteeing access to quality electricity, sufficient quantity, and at a cost that is affordable to all citizens by 2030. And to do this, we put in place a roadmap 2020-2025 with three key indicators. The first one is to guarantee access to electricity to at least 75% of population by modernizing the sector, knowing that today, more than ever, electricity is a fundamental right in addition to be an aspiration, a legitimate aspiration of our populations. The second is to have available an autonomy of production of 70% autonomy of production, not only to be able to meet the needs of economic growth, but also to be able to reassure industrial investors. And the third one, the last one, is to be able to assure an energy mix, diversified energy mix, including renewable energy to the tune of 50% of the installed capacity. Because for a country like Togo, it is true that it is an obligation par rapport the coming generation, but it's also an economic opportunity. And I'd like to say that halfway midterm, tangible results have been achieved under the guidance of the head of state. The rate of electrification has gone from 50% in 2020 to 63% in 2023. And this was achieved through innovative models that were put in place. So we've had a program of deploying solar kits, individual solar kits in public-private partnership with a strong intervention of the state, who put in place a mechanism to support the population, which is called the CISO check. And then we have also the Fund for Access to Electricity, which makes it possible to pre-finance connection to electricity in rural areas. In terms of productions and capacity of production, we have doubled the capacity of production, national capacity of production, but we also doubled the part of renewable energy. So we've gone from 40 megawatt in January 2020 to almost 100 megawatt today. And I'll have to say that these results were also achieved mostly because of the involvement of the private sector. Togo has understood very early that to reach these objectives, this ambitious objective of universal access to electricity, we had to necessarily involve the private sector. So together we made the choice to work in collaboration with the private since 2010 in the production sectors, and since 2018 in the distribution sector segment. So the result is that we have the thermal power plant of Contour Global, which was put in place in 2020. We have the Kekeli power plant, 63 megawatt, which was put in 2020, also with the Iranum Group. And then we have the solar plant of Blita of 50 megawatt, which has been extended to 70 megawatt in partnership with Amea Power. And we have all the other action in terms of access to electricity through the solar individual kits in partnership with 4 different private operators, and where the state continue to play an important role in terms of subsidies. So, in a nutshell, this is what has been done, and in the context of this public-private partnership as far as production goes and distribution also outside of the grid. Thank you.
50% to 64% in terms of electricity distribution and doubling in terms of capacity. Now, Dr. Kariuki, you've led the development of numerous infrastructure projects that are privately financed, over $2 billion worth. I'd like to get your perspective reflecting back. What have been the major challenges and barriers to developing infrastructure projects when it comes to energy in particular?
Thank you very much, Tanya. I think I'll start in a very simplistic manner. It's always easy to attribute the challenges we have to lack of generation, to lack of transmission, and to lack of distribution capacity. But the truth is, the challenge or the main challenge is actually the viability of the utilities. Most of the utilities in Africa are not bankable. And the reason for that is because the tariffs are not cost reflective. So what that means is that there isn't sufficient revenue that comes from what I would call from the system to be able to provide or to generate enough resources for purposes of generation capacity, transmission capacity, and distribution capacity, and also to do the O&M. So as a result, what you find is that they cannot be able to attract private investment. And the truth is, public sector financing is becoming a dwindling commodity. And therefore, there is need to attract private investment. But then if the utility cannot be able to finance, to meet those costs, it becomes super difficult. That's number one. And number two, the other one that is a big challenge is and rather, let me put it this way. I always say that as far as power is concerned, it's either paid for, one, by the consumers or by the government. And if the government offers subsidies, what it means is that in countries where you have local connection rates, it means that even the few people the majority of the people who don't have access to electricity are subsidizing those who have the privilege of having electricity. That's number one. Number two is the issue of enabling environment. I always say that for private sector participation, I always say that when we were young, we learned about the Ohm's law, which says that current follows the path of least resistance. And I do believe that capital also follows the path of least resistance. As a result, what I mean by this is that we have to create enabling environment. In this case, you talk about regulatory environment, you're looking at policy environment, and also what I've just referred to as tariff. So what happens is that in cognizance of this, and I must say this because as a bank, what we've done is to come up with what we call the Electricity Regulatory Index, which is a tool that we are using to benchmark across the continent between regulatory authorities to benchmark amongst them and against best practice. And this has been deemed to be such an effective tool for regulation that actually we are working with the World Bank now to do it on a global basis, what we call, instead of ERI, we are calling it GERI, Global Electricity Regulatory Index. And secondly, the other thing that we are intervening to try and address this issue of enabling environment is what we call the Africa Energy Marketplace. What we are doing here is that we create occasions to discuss between the private sector, the public sector, and also the donor community, how we can be able to improve the regulatory environment with a view to attracting a regulatory as well as enabling environment to be able to attract private investment for purposes of developing our power sectors. Finally, our colleagues from Africa50 mentioned something that is unique, that is happening. And this is the introduction of privately financed transmission lines. And the genesis of this is the fact that for the longest time, transmission assets were considered to be natural monopolies and therefore not amenable to private sector participation. This has been debugged. As they said, this has been debugged, and there are cases whereby in India, in Chile, whereby these transmission lines are actually now operating. So I think that change of policy and that understanding that the private sector can actually participate in transmission assets becomes an important avenue for investment. And in particular, increase access to electricity on the continent, because you have a number of countries on the continent that have oversupply of electricity. Here I have in mind Uganda and Ethiopia, whereby they have enough capacity, generation capacity, but they do not have the transmission capacity to evacuate that power to the load centers. Then there are other countries such as South Africa, which have unique problems, because with a view to increasing the amount of renewable generation on their network, they will have to move power from the west to the Huaten area. Right now, the transmission lines come from the north, Mpumalanga, to Huaten. But now you need to redistribute the transmission network from the west, from the west coast to Huaten. And as a result, there will be significant number of transmission lines that will be required to be developed. And public sector financing on its own cannot be able to do this. So actually, I would like to applaud Africa50 for the vision to look at the possibility of investing in transmission networks on the continent with a view, first of all, to ensuring that the capacity that has been generated can be evacuated to the load centers. And number two, providing a basis for increased access to electricity on the continent. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Kariuki. And we've got Mr. Ragu on the panel who can give us more insights into just exactly how this transmission line PPP project is going about. But before we get to you, I'd like to ask you, Ms. Fatoumata, êtes-vous d'accord avec les propos de Dr. Kariuki?
Do you agree with the words of Dr. Kariuki saying that there's not enough bankable project when we talk about the generation and transmission of electricity on the continent? Absolutely. We talked about it earlier on. To the risk of paraphrasing the person who spoke before me, we have focused this last years on the production of energy, so the generation capacity, which is today it's good to produce electricity, but you have to transport it to the households and businesses. It is a challenge, and we've talked about it, and the challenge that's at several levels. I don't want to list them again here, but indeed the situation, the financial situations of the utilities and the public electricity companies is complicated. So that's the first challenge, and then. And when they transport electricity, there's a lot of losses, technical losses, commercial losses in the collection of dues from households, and it also generates, and it's important to underscore it in terms of emission capacities, between the capacity that is produced and the capacity that is received by the users, there is a loss along the way, which is also counterproductive in view of climatic sakes. So it is true that it's difficult to find bankable project, and I salute the project Africa50 because I think it's a project that is a flagship project. It would be interesting to see to what extent we can replicate this and do such initiatives. It's also interesting for Africa that the things that we know how to do them, because we have examples of projects of transmission of energy which have succeeded in Latin America, in Asia, we said, and I think even the partner is an Indian partner in the projects in Kenya. It's important to draw inspiration from these models to be able to implement them. Now, the question is how do we structure this type of project with what structuring templates? We talked about a guarantee of liquidity. We talked about bringing in private investors, and so there is a question of structuring that we should talk about a bit more. But I want to bounce back a bit over what Madam Minister from Togo said. I think that the approach, or I feel that the political approach, because there has to be a political will, the political approach of Togo is extremely interesting in that each country has its stakes. In fact, Togo has a geographical specificity, and so when you want to refinance, when you have to finance in private transmission line, it's not about putting transmission lines everywhere where you have a few people. We need to have we need to have what you call value for money. We have to analyze the opportunity of building a transmission line. Is it by the public? Is it by the private? It is always interesting. What I found interesting in the words of the minister is that there are some production zones, there's a transmission line that were built, but there are areas which are more further down where the choice was made to put a solar mini network or privately owned solar systems. So there has to be a coordinated approach where we deploy, we define political energy policies and we follow it. So, and it's the political decisions. The public decision is a prerequisite, regardless of the financing that will be adopted. I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much. Now, moving on.
Will you in, Mr. Agu? Dr. Kariuki also mentioned that transmission lines was perceived, or perhaps is perceived, to not necessarily be as profitable or as interesting for the private sector. So how can we make sure that IPT financing models are widely implemented on the continent? And my other question is, what's in it for the private sector?
Thank you very much. In fact, just to echo Kevin quite a bit, transmission worldwide in developing countries had been ignored, and there was a lot more focus on generation versus transmission. So we today face these situations in, you said Uganda and in Ethiopia. I would like to add Kenya too, where the consumption per capita is only 169 or 170 kilowatt hours per year per person. And they talk about surplus power. The reason is there's no transmission, and that's one of the biggest deficits in the continent, infrastructure deficits in the continent. The second thing, and then we heard from other panels and ministers about the fiscal challenges that almost every country is having. So there's no option but to look at private sector approaches to transmission. Private sector has learned the art of managing many risks. That's why it's been able to come into transmission in several countries, and we want to draw lessons from that and do these things in Africa. What's in it for the private sector is very interesting, because transmission, just to give you one statistic, Power Grid of India, which in the context settings presentation my colleagues mentioned, is the national grid of the high voltage of India. It is the 11th most profitable company in India, just based on revenue, on regulated revenues, which means that transmission is automatically a profitable business if structured well and operated well and maintained well. There are returns for everybody, especially because the countries that does transmission per se and with private sector, because the fiscal space is not there, the economic returns are in the 30, 40, 45, 50%, because transmission is an asset, is an infrastructure that is a must use. There is no alternative. Roads may have, transport may have alternatives, road, rail, water, etc. Transmission, there's no alternative. So because it's a must-use infrastructure, because it has much less variable costs, operating costs, profitability is given even under regulated circumstances. The second thing is that without transmission, there is no electricity sector per se. And so that is the reason why private sector is interested. As I said, private sector has learned the art of managing the risks of each sector, and as you move up the value chain, they can even do distribution, provided, I mean, there are ways to manage it, and we'll talk about it a bit more. So that's why the private sector is interested in transmission.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Now, Madame la Ministre.
Madam Minister, first, do you have comments to make on what has already been said? And second, I'd like to know what is your experience and what are the lessons that you draw from the projects that PPP projects. How do you think that you can involve the private in the projects of transmission of electricity in Togo? How do you intend to involve the private? Thank you very much, Tanya. I'd like to come back on the importance of creating an environment, conducive and attractive environment for the investors, private investors, and I'd like to share, in fact, what the Togo has done. We have put in place reforms. We have made reforms to make this environment attractive, and we have, for example, carried out a reform of the investment code to be able to offer incentives or fiscal interest, fiscal benefits to the private. We have also created private investment promotion agency, which accompanies the private sectors in a sustained manner in their involvement in Togo, in the involvement in Togo. We have also put in place, in fact, a new framework of PPP, which makes it possible to have a certain speed in the implementation of this agreement. In the sector of electricity in particular, we've had several reforms, the adoption of the law on renewable energy, which really grants advantages, benefits to all the investors who want to invest in sustainable energy. We've also had the adoption of a strategy of electrification, which was very important, which was mentioned by Fatoumata, which has made it possible to restructure the deployment of the energy policy in Togo. The adoption of guiding plan, a blueprint to have so as to have more visibility of what will be done in the future. And we also had the creation of an agency which is dedicated exclusively to the execution of renewable energy projects or for rural electrification, and also makes it possible to have a speed. So the Togolese state has put in place several reforms to be able to make the sector attractive to private investors. What I like to say par rapport the PPPs in the PPP in our experience, from our experience in any case, it hasn't always been very easy. So we noted that in the implementation of some partnership, some public-private partnership, there were important financial efforts that the state had to do, notably in the context of the deployment of solar kits, this program that we call CISO, which is public-private partnership. The state, in fact, because it has a mission to offer electricity at affordable cost to the populations, has to support even the financial model of the private sectors, and this is what was done in the case of the CISO program. So the state gave subsidies to the households to be able to support this CISO. Also, in the context of the concession that were granted to the promoters of thermal power plants, it's the same thing that was done. The T-Corp-P, it's another story. The T-Corp-P is another story. T-Corp-P is another system which has a pressure on the sector of energy. So, in fact, to be able to ensure, to guarantee this viability and ensure an affordable cost for the final users, we have to make an extra effort to subsidize and give important financial subsidies. So, for the case of Togo, to come back to the PPP of electricity transmission, I think that in any case, to give access to electricity, as many people said before me, you need to work in a holistic manner. That is mean that you have to increase the production of electricity, you have to develop the transmission infrastructures, but also you have to put in place mechanism to support vulnerable populations so that they can have access to electricity. And it is true that we've worked a lot on the production capacities, but in Togo we have also invested a lot in transmission infrastructures, whereby in a few months, it is by the end of the year, Togo will be linked from the north to south in a high voltage line. It is true that by virtue of our ambitious objective of development of renewable energies, additional needs in transmission infrastructures could come up. But I think that as the preceding speaker said, we have to really analyze the problem in details, and I think that I'd like to learn more about the model that was used in Kenya, which was presented, because I believe that in Togo, in fact, generally speaking, the profitability of the investment of PPP in the transmissions is linked with the demand and the volume of traffic. This means that you have to be able to make this investment profitable. And why is it working today? It's working in the sector of transmission and the system of production, because there's a system of perequation. But once a section is not very interesting, it becomes difficult, and that would again require a support, an effort by the state, so that finally the end users could have electricity at an affordable cost. So it is something that we have to continue to think about, to reflect upon and analyze. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. And it's something that comes back even again and again, the profitability between the volumes and the tariffs. And Dr. Karim talked about it. Mrs. Fatoumata, I'd like to have your opinion, because you have also worked on several projects. You have seen on every project across the continent, and as well talked about it already to Madam Minister, the portion of transforming those which makes it possible to pay your meter at a low cost. We are raising a financing vehicle. So SFU will be a core investor. We're going to raise 60 billion CFA francs, and the idea is that these funds, in fact, will make it possible to. It's in Côte d'Ivoire in the context of a program, a public program. It is called Program of Electricity for All. 60 billion would be raised to enable the Ivorian authorities to have funds to be able to connect the greatest number, the largest number of people. The objective is to connect 800,000 people in 2 years. So we have converted into shares the fees. So depending on the vulnerability of the populations which is targeted, so we have pre-financed, in fact, these future assets, so as to be able to enable the state to have funds and connect the largest number. So this is the work that has been working on the demand, so you have to stimulate the offer, but you also have to stimulate the demand. Now, about the structuring of the project, this was raised during in the presentation made by the initial presentation which was made. Of course, you need to have a credible sponsor. You have to be an experienced sponsor. I believe that, and I have a question of vigilance about local partners. I think it's important to be able to associate partners that has local sensibilities, who knows the country, knows the local structures. We've talked a lot about the liquidity. We talked about liquidity in the previous panel. The investors need visibility. They need to be able to take advantage in a comfortable way of the appreciation of cash flow. The minister talked about take or pay. It's true that these are stabilities of revenue that reassure investors, private investors. This model is it's a model that is comfortable, but indeed it is more and more being challenged and put back in question by the states, because the accounts, also the public accounts of the states, are empty. They often ask in the structuring to guarantees. So coming back to the problem of liquidity, sovereignty guarantees with the public constraint, because the state has very often indebted. The president of the republic was talking yesterday about tension on the account of the state and prioritizations, and we have to also, as an institution, development institution, find innovative mechanism to reduce this type of request that we often receive. There's a work that is being done by Africa50. You have to also obviously do an in-depth work on the feasibility to be able to reassure on the cost-effective aspect of the cost, that are the costs that are paid are actually actual costs, because the objective is, as much as possible, to try to lighten the account of the state and not to burden this account of the state with this additional expenditures, so this can be self-sustainable. So these are a few of the possible proposal of structuring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to just share some thoughts I have based on the conversation between the minister and Fatoumata. You know, one of the things that, and I was an investor in my previous life, one of the fears that investors have is what you call bargaining after the fact, or in luxury parlance, what they call obsolescence bargaining. These are situations whereby you have negotiated a deal, it is signed, the asset is there, it is operating well, and then somebody comes, the government comes and says, this power is too expensive, or this service is too expensive. It is something that is happening, and it is a serious problem and undermines what I call the enabling environment. The risk of doing that is that you need to bear in mind that if indeed Africa50 has invested in this asset, it has paid for the transmission lines, it has paid for the way leaves, it has paid for the transmission line, the way leaves, the civil structures, and now by asking to renegotiate the deal, what it means is that you can only be asking Africa50 to reduce its return on its investments. That is not the way to grow our infrastructure. And we need a lot of infrastructure. I think we heard that Africa needs to increase its energy by 60%, I think by 2030 or 2040. If we are going to be able to generate that much capacity, we need much more we need much more transmission lines and generation assets, and therefore, really, we must ensure that the contracts that we negotiate or we establish are sacrosanct. It's very, very important. That's the one thing I wanted to add, because I think we cannot take 2 steps forward and 2 steps backwards. I think we need to be consistent, because the one thing that I know is that once a project reaches financial close, it's very unlikely, if it is being developed by a credible developer, and we heard that the importance of having credible developers, it's almost going to be like clockwork. That project will be completed probably on time and most likely on budget. Whereas, the other projects that will have, huge, a lot of the projects in the public sector, not always, will have significant time overruns and cost overruns. Let me stop there for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Quite an important point there. And I'm curious to get your insights on this, Mr. Agu. When it came to the transmission line PPP in Kenya, I understand that a case study was made looking at what it would have cost Kenya had they done it alone, and the importance of bringing credible sponsors to ensure that the project is seen through to completion. What have been the major lessons that could help replicate this project to other parts of the continent, actually?
Very good question. Interestingly, when we were asked to develop this project, we were asked to demonstrate value for money. from a viability perspective. And when we looked into the numbers, very interesting that one of the things we realized is that the Kenyan experience was based on some 30, 40-year-old technologies, techniques. Then it applies to both the physical aspects as well, the right-of-way aspects. Then the time delays and therefore cost overruns was very much part of the thing. And so when we looked at that and when we did our approaches to this, we realized that we could deliver the project at a 30% lower cost than what it would have taken public sector to build the same lines. So that is the kind of value for money we could demonstrate in this structure. Importantly, there are a few things that we need to recognize. One is that going back to the Indian experience of, India has today some 75 projects which are all independent private projects, transmission projects. So it developed a huge experience chart. One of the things we realized is that we learned the lesson is that the public and the private sectors are given the same policy and regulatory framework. That is, if the private sector is given so-called guarantees and escrow accounts, public sector is also given. Two advantages. One is the perception that the private sector is, bandits and making away with a lot of money will be taken away. Second, the public sector can be held more accountable. So the same policy framework is given to the public and private sectors. The second one is that particularly when you look at a private transmission project, the private transmitter construction will be based on one or two lines of a bigger grid. And the system operation will be done by somebody else, not the private operator. Therefore, they cannot face the power flow risk. They cannot take it. It applies to the highway projects, they can't take the traffic risk. So that's the second one that India did in order to attract private sector. So availability-based tariffs were given to the private sector operators. And in fact, the grid public sector also gets the availability-based tariff, by the way. The third thing is that is initial aspects of private transmission was based on proposals from the private sector. That is, there is a general feeling among country governments and many DFIs is the sponsor selection should be done on a transparent basis. Generally, we all agree with that. But in the initial stages, even the IPP industry was all developed with sole source, meaning, individual proposals made by people who wanted. So transmission is in that phase now. It is just beginning the private sector aspect. So we need to look, and India also recognized that. So all the first 20, 25 transmission projects were done with proposals made by the private sector. That means that the competitive selection of transmission is not yet there worldwide and especially in Africa. So initial projects will be done on this basis. So these are, but then hold them accountable. I mean, obviously, through these value for money requirements and regulatory requirements. So these are the lessons that we have applied in Kenya. We have made a lot of progress in making the two sides. I think we got a comment this morning about how much time it is taking to deliver this project. We would like to make it sustainable. We would like to take the time to make the Kenyan side understand fully what they're signing up to, especially on the tariff policies, the ABT, the availability-based tariff principles and risk mitigation principles, etc. So we would like to have a sustainable project and deliver it so that it does work for the 30-year concession period we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So truly bankable, scalable, and replicable, as well as cost efficient. Now moving on, I'd like to start with concluding remarks. Madame la Ministre, vos remarques.
Madame Minister, your concluding remarks. Thank you very much. I'd like to first thank the participants for the quality of the exchanges and the frankness of your interventions. And we have talked a lot about viability of the project and on a partnership, PPP partnerships. And I'd like to say that the viability for us means for sure that it will be profitable for the private, but that also it will be accessible and affordable for the population. So we need to bear in mind in all the projects that we do that we try to to find the right balance for the private and the public. And I'd like to say that also. I have to also say that I appreciate, and I think it's important to that Africa50 be able to invest and do the first pilot investment in infrastructure of electricity transmission, because I think it's important. But I like to also say that in fact it depends on the countries. In fact, each project is unique. Each country is unique. It is true that there are projects that could be replicable, but really you have to take the time to analyze the situation very well, to analyze the risks very well, so as not to find yourself in situations where you which overburden the public finances. I like to precisely bounce back on the intervention that was made by the VP Energy of the ADB, African Development Bank, who said that to avoid to have situations where the state will pull back, you have to invest in Togo. We have an environment which is conducive, favorable to private investors, and the state meet their commitment. They respect their commitments because there is a reflection and a questioning, which is an ongoing. In fact, we know where we're going, where we are committed, and I dare hope that many investors that are in the room are convinced that of all the efforts that the Togolese state has been doing to be able to make the environment conducive to investment. So thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is directly directed to Madame the Prime Minister. In fact, there are two questions. The population pays taxes, and they expect the government to offer them some services. So what I have understood during this conference is more that we want to have the private as a provider, almost as not just infrastructure, but services that traditionally are provided by the state. Now, would it not be time to reflect on the structure of the budget to see what is happening? Why is it that the state is no longer meeting its responsibilities vis-à-vis the public? The second question, this is what I've missed all this time along. We've talked about savings that we can use. We've talked about the pension funds. Well, there's something that is missing. There's a whole population that can also save. What do we do to encourage these savings to be made? It is a question. It's a long-term question. Now, so to be able to encourage population saving, the saving or even of €1 per year, per month, per year, so that the African state, when they are at table in discussion, so they can know that I also have my money. I can refuse. We discuss. I can refuse or accept. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya. The second question, I must say that I did not understand it fully. What do we do to encourage the savings of the small citizens? not just using the pension funds, which in fact belongs to the civil servants, not belong to the to the investors, but the savings of the private citizens that we have never discussed, that we could organize so as to also have these funds available. No, we could have a part of this capital. Because Madame is telling me the informal. Well, no. I really hate the term informal. I say the small saving, the small population. Well, I'll start with the first question. Why the state is not capable of meeting that responsibility? I would say no, the state is meeting its obligations. It has development goals, and the reason why we could attract more and more capital. Development cannot be done overnight, in fact. And we have, nevertheless, an ambitious plan. I think that all African states, we have an objective in terms of access to electricity, which is rather ambitious. In Togo, for example, by 2030, we want to have access to electricity for all. And as I say, electricity is the engine of development. So to me, this is coming gradually. There's a lot of effort that already been made. And as I said a short while ago, we went from a rate of 50% in December 2020 to 64% in 2023. It's going very fast, but I understand and I hear that it's not enough, that we have to go faster, and it's going to come. This is why I'm really calling upon the private investors that are in the hall to be able to help us accelerate development so that all the Togolese population could rapidly have access to the fundamentals, that is electricity, education, health, and so that we could have an harmonious development of the country. But par rapport the second questions on what the state has been doing to be able to leverage or encourage the saving of the small people, well, it's complicated, but what the state actually does to be able to enable the smaller ones to be able to have sufficiently resources is that the state does social actions. For example, the state supports a lot the sector of electricity. There is a monetary transfer that are made to be able to help people invest in small businesses. For example, during the COVID pandemic, what was done, for example, is that we had there was electricity which was given practically free of charge to all the vulnerable populations. And I'm talking about electricity. We have pricing grid which favors social prices, very low, one of the lowest in the sub-region for the vulnerable households. So the state wants to do more, but to be able to do more, you have to know the population, you have to know the vulnerable population. So for that, in fact, there is a wide project of a single social register, which will make it possible to record the populations, to know the population, so that subsidies could be better oriented. And when you are assisted to be able to meet your needs, fundamental needs, I think that systematically, this is mathematics, you have more resources to save. So I think this is how the state could really push vulnerable people to save more, because you cannot force people to save. You cannot force people to go and save at the bank. It is through accompanying them, supporting them, subsidizing them, and this is what the state does. But we're going to do more. We're going to do better. Thank you. Thank you for this pertinent remarks. Unfortunately, we don't have much more time for the questions, so we're going to proceed with the conclusion, the final conclusions. I'm going to go to Dr. Kariuki.
Yeah, thank you. My concluding remark would be that cost-reflective tariffs are the panacea of viable power utilities that can be able to ensure that we have adequate generation capacity, adequate transmission capacity, adequate distribution capacity, and able to meet the O&M, operation and maintenance costs of operating efficient utility systems, as well as supply of power. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Madame Fatoumata, vos conclusions de clôture.
This is Fatoumata, your closing remarks. The sacrosanct character of the contract. So we talked about it for the stability of the business environment. We are totally in agreement with that. Kevin?
Je pense que ça fait sens.
I think it makes sense with regard to giving a horizon of stability to the investors, financing in local currency. We talked about it at the previous panel. I think it's extremely important. And the idea of Solomon was also interested in refinance post-construction period with a shorter period. This could also be interesting to make it make it possible to accelerate the development of private transmission lines, de-risking tools, which could be tools that could be draw investors, that could be insurance, political insurance, insurance on the money, the transferability and convertibility of the currency. And to close, I would say also work jointly with the authorities. At the SFI, we work a lot on what we call the pre-investment or upstream to work right from the launching of the project with private investors, so that the state could also have advice and counseling. So we have PPPs that accompany the state in a better ownership of the application of these new templates, which are indispensable for development of the continent.
Moving on to you, Mr. Ragu, your concluding remarks.
Essentially, one thing is that the governments and the public policy makers should focus a lot more on transmission, partly because the energy transformation depends on robust transmission grid. Renewable projects can be developed in 12 to 15 months. Transmission takes 3 to 5 years to develop. So early focus on transmission and a very, very keen focus on transmission is very needed. Same way, if you want to transform the economies with electric mobility and all that, what we need to is a robust grid again, because imagine every petrol bunk becoming a 2 megawatt load center. It requires a huge transmission, a very robust transmission grid. So focus on transmission grid is very important. To do that, private investors and ourselves are very much keen to be part of this transition, transmission build out. And with all the examples that we cited and the experience we have gained in Kenya, we want to make it bankable, replicable, and scalable. And our CEO, Mr. Alai Bubis, has given us a target of building a $10 billion transmission platform in the next 3 to 5 years in Africa. We are close to $1 billion already in terms of dialogues and opportunities. And we would like to be part of this transition in the continent, Africa50. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I will allow just one more final remark from Madame la Ministre.
Merci beaucoup, Tania.
Thank you very much, Tanya. I just wanted to raise a point that I forgot to mention regarding the question of the gentleman on what the state does to support and incite, encourage savings. I'd like to talk about a testimony that we received. So we had the Fotinga Fund, which is the fund for the electricity, which was launched. In fact, this fund makes it possible to pre-finance most vulnerable households. Today, the cost of connecting electricity is around 100,000 CFA francs. Why did we put this fund in place? Because we realize that there are many people, 400,000 households, who who live literally below the electricity network, but who cannot connect. So this fund to finance this amount, the households pay it little by little on the consumptions, and we have impressive testimonies, very enlightening when we exchange with the beneficiaries. And one of the testimonies was that apprentice, a welder, was able to put in place his shop, his welding shop. He was able to put in place his shop because the funds that he had available were not used to finance access to electricity, and then in fact he benefited for this pre-financing, and that enabled him to invest his fund in something, and so he opened his welding shop like that. And I like to say that there's no better examples than that par rapport what the state does. This is why we are here. This is our mission, to be able to participate in the development of local entrepreneurs, to be able to participate in the economic development in general. So to me, these are actions, concrete actions, which are indirect actions. These are actions that has a lot of impact. And I just wanted to share this testimony.
So much for your insights, tangible impact being made. We had Honorable Mila Aziabe, Ministre de l'Énergie du Togo, Dr. Kevin Kariuki, VP for Power, Energy, Climate and Green Growth of the AFDB, Ms. Fatoumata Sissoko, Business Manager for Infrastructure and Natural Resources in West and Central Africa at the IFC, and Mr. Raghu Sharma, Senior Advisor at Africa50. Let's give them a round of applause as they regain their seats. Merci beaucoup. And we will now be taking a short 15-minute break to allow you to stretch your legs, perhaps grab a coffee. It's only 15 minutes. We'll be coming back here to continue with this morning's session, where we're going to be talking about transportation and logistics. There is an announcement with regards to immigration cards. We kindly ask you to pay attention to your emails, as you will be required to fill this in if you are exiting today. For all attendees, this will be sent to you by email, so please watch out for that email. Again, a big round of applause to our panel, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes sharp at 12:15. that the country can grow. And when we're looking at the AFCFTA, we have to ensure that transportation and logistics is at the heart of it. In this panel conversation, our esteemed panelists will explore how this can be done, the opportunities, as well as the barriers. This conversation will be preceded by the signing of an MOU between CDC Benin and Africa50. Now, for this conversation, please join me in welcoming to stage Mr. Kader Hassan, Senior Investment Director at Africa50, who will present Africa50's project pipeline in transport and logistics, providing an overview of various projects, including joint border posts. Please join me in welcoming him to stage.
We have the presentation ready. Oh. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's past 12. I understand that I am the only thing standing between you and lunch, and I'll try to make this as interesting as it is efficient. But we will be brief because I want to get to the conversation with our panelists as quickly as possible. Now, here, it's a bit of a story that I'll tell you guys. We are looking at transport and logistics and how this delivers on the free trade continental area. But I want to set a few things about the current state of affairs first. And I'll tell you three things and three different statistics. You've all seen this, which is Africa has a large infrastructure gap. Now, if we look at the gap in transport infrastructure, it's around 50 billion, agreed. But what does that actually mean? That actually means the thing in red, which is that we pay higher cost for goods. We are not the richest continent, and yet we pay more. So keep that in mind, that's step one. Current state of affairs, and the clicker stopped working, but. Number two. Number two is the geography. We have the continent with the most landlocked countries. 16. Keep that in mind as two. We also are fortunate enough to have 29 countries that have navigable bodies of waters that are grossly underutilized. Current state of affairs, two. Number three, our economy. And there are three things to take away from this. Our countries are growing very fast. And the number of people on the continent is also growing. So we have more people needing more stuff. On the right, you're looking at something that is key on the continent, which is our urbanization rate. We have 23 countries that have an urbanization rate of close to 50%, which means in 33 countries, more than or close to half of the population lives in cities. 9 out of 10 countries with the highest urbanization rate in the world are in sub-Saharan Africa. That's third issue, and I'm just highlighting three. What does that actually mean? It means we have challenges. We have three challenges. The market is huge because our needs are enormous. Urbanization is happening very rapidly, and we have insulated countries that we need to get goods into. That creates opportunities. That creates opportunities at three different levels. Create opportunities at the local level, which is why we're investing in urban and mass transit system. Creates opportunities at the country/continental level. We're looking at road, railways, airports. I've shown you the slide about the inland waterways that are grossly underutilized. And at the continental level, we're looking at ports and logistics. I'll say one thing about ports, and I'm fortunate that we'll have the discussion in the panel because we have specialists with us, but ports are not just a gateway for the country where they're located. They're also a gateway for countries that are in the hinterland. And last but not least, logistics, which unfortunately has been the stepchild of transport investment. We haven't invested to the tune of what we needed to in logistics. How does that come to us at Africa50? Because what we can do is do our part in things that concerns us, which is our investments. Our investments are focused in these sectors: airports, road, ports, inland waterways, and recently joint border posts. And I'm pleased that one of our panelists today is actually a pioneer in this sector, and we'll have the opportunity to discuss that. Because I want to get to the conversation as quickly as possible, I'll give you a brief overview of what our pipeline looks like without going into much detail. Because we try to diversify investments, both from a sectoral standpoint and also a geographical standpoint. We're looking at urban transit in Côte d'Ivoire and Gabon with a BRT. We're looking at inland waterways in Côte d'Ivoire as well. And you've heard a lot about asset recycling today and yesterday, and there was a signature on that. Asset recycling is focused on road assets. We have one in Togo, which was signed yesterday, one in Niger. We're looking at a toll road in Mozambique, and we've signed the Senegambia transaction this morning. We looked at road not only on asset recycling basis, but also on greenfield, and we're involved in Gabon, in Mauritania, and obviously a landmark project, which is the Two-Congo Bridge. These are projects that we're developing from scratch, and projects that we intend to invest in and play a role in the operation of such. Airports, as I said, we're looking at 3 airports on an asset recycling basis in Zimbabwe, and we've been in discussion for some time now on the Cabo Verde assets. At the continental level, I mentioned earlier that our inland waterways have been underutilized, so we're looking at how we can look at the navigability of the Lake Tanganyika with one of our partners who's quite advanced in developing this transaction. Joint border posts, I've put them all in the map. We are fortunate to have partnered with a company called Scanning System. As I mentioned, the CEO is here. We're looking at 5 joint border posts in the West Africa region. This will be step 1. And step 2 is we want to expand this concept into other regions, and we've already started conversations with countries in Central Africa and Southern Africa between Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zambia and the DRC. Now, this is very brief. This is giving you an overview of what our pipeline looks like in the sector, the type of investment we make, and how we're keen to address all the different parts of the value chain. And I will stop here for now. Thank you very much. That was just setting the scene. Now that the scene is set, it is my great pleasure to invite our esteemed panelists to continue the conversation on transport infrastructure and how this ties into the Continental Free Trade Agreement that was recently signed. In no particular order, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister for the Maritime Economy to join us on the panel. Thank you. Now, please join me in welcoming Gregory Krief, who is the CEO of MSC. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mori Diane, who is the CEO of Scanning System. Please join me in welcoming Esaias Woldemariam, who is the CEO of ASCAI. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Muna Miad, who is the head of custom delivery in AP Moller Maersk. Last but not least, please join me in welcoming Mr. Moses Nderitu, who is the Chief Revenue Officer of Bazigo. And I guess they want me to stand. Can someone help us with a chair, please? Well, thank you very much, all of you. Merci beaucoup de vous joindre à cette discussion. Alors, je vais commencer par vous, honorable Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you. I'm going to start with you, Honorable Mr. Minister. With your permission, Togo has given us the pleasure of hosting it for the last 2 days. But we have noted that Togo has really become a important logistical hub. His Excellency is the head of state mentioned yesterday that we have the port of Lome, we have the deep water port. We have ASCA, who has chosen your country to make it a hub. And today we can only observe that it is a success. So what we are wondering is, where are you going now? What's the next stage? And how are you going to consolidate these results? Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Well, I believe that the Togolese case is really the tangible proof that of what a public-private partnership can do. First, in terms of structural transformation of an economy, but also, and above all, in terms of support to the economic growth and to this big dream or important project, which is the continental free trade zone. Public-private partnership in Lome Port have made it possible to build 2 terminals that started at the end of the year 2014. At the time, the total number of containers processed at the port of Lome was 380,000. When these public-private partnerships were put in place with the intervention of African Development Bank and the Round Table, and also we had the IFC, this made it possible to build terminals that brought this level from 380,000 equivalent 20 foot to 2 million equivalent 20 foot in 2022. A short while ago, my colleague from the Public Works talked about multiplying by 4, and by doing the calculation, it is by 6 that the volumes were multiplied. And that is the strength of the public-private partnership, because the state cannot necessarily have resources to do a project of that scale. And not only that, this project, the lead of this project with SMC, was a partner of the state, made it possible to have a structure that has a specialty, that is port, and the port staying in his role of owner and regulator. So this is what made the Togolese success. And why would this also be a driver for our free trade continental free trade zone? The idea started from the fact that Africa is the zone in the area that has the least trade with itself. Over some part of the world, we have an exchange of roughly 30% and even up the way to 40% in Asia and in America. But we are at 17% in Africa. So this investment, this public-private partnership at the port of Lome, enables the containers to leave the port of Lome and go to the port of Tema with a direct line. It is not the representative of Merckx that would challenge me. Most of the commercial trade lines were built on the colonial model, that is export raw materials and import final finished goods. By putting in place a hub in Lome, we have direct lines now between the port of Lome as a center of production or consumptions, and other capitals, Tema, Abidjan, Cotonou. And this is a concretization of the continental free trade zone, which makes it to go with direct line from a point of production to a point of consumption, or vice versa. So we are on a success here, a real success, which is a result of a PP that was put in place with a partner, and this enables me to direct my voice now to the general, the CEO of MSC Togo, to have his vision of the partnership that was here in Togo. MSC was also in the press recently because you made a big acquisition of a partner competitors. This means that you are you are betting on Africa. Now, how did that come about, Mr. Kreff? First, in fact, to present a bit all that is visible today, we have to backtrack a bit. You have to remember that the Togolese authorities planned things a long time ago that nobody saw coming. And these infrastructures, the thematic of which today is the main element of this forum, Togo made that bet. Took that bet more than 10 years ago by going and finding partners to build these infrastructures and prepare the basis on which we will be able to develop precisely all these logistics. And there is a sentence that I like to say in English, but I'll say it in French. When you have a dream, you have to have goals and targets. But more than that, you have to have commitment. You have to have commitment to be able to start, but you also have to have a consistency to go to the end of it. And Togo and its government have had this consistency to go all the way to the end of the project and to concretize the setting up of this PPP with their partners, including MRC for this terminal. To give you some figures that would help you see how things have changed. At the time, you had maybe 40 calls, that is 40 ships per week to Togo. Last year, we did 629 just for MRC. This is to give you an idea of the volume increase of all that. What Mr. Minister was saying a short while ago is very important. We're talking about the meeting of OEDC, which was online. We're talking about the connectivity, the index of connectivity. Today, the port of Lomé has probably the highest connectivity index of the sub-region when we talk about West Africa and Central Africa, because from Lomé you can touch all the ports of the sub-region, but also all the ports of most of the continent indirect. You have a service from Asia, service from India, from Middle East, Northern Europe, Mediterranean, South America. And I think that with all the projects that we have in the PIA zones, the next is going to be United States. At that point, we have a total connectivity to all the continents across the world. Really, it's a big bravo, because it's 10 years of work which has made Lomé the third or fourth port of the continent. Excellent. To stay in the port sector, I'm going to address myself to another entity which is called Merckx. And we are lucky that Muna is representing Merckx. So I'd like to know, in terms of strategy, we see MRC, which is very present in the PPPs, which also has a growth based on the acquisition. But today, can you share with us 2 words on the strategy, a growth strategy of Merckx on one hand, and also in the context of the free trade, continental free trade agreement, how does Merckx see opportunities? Thank you. It's a two-wing component. The first one is the strategy of Merckx in general and the strategy of Merckx in Africa. Now, to come slightly, to backtrack slightly, because we are limited in time, Merckx has been present in Africa for years on all African teams, countries with African teams that master this local specificities and have a knowledge of the market. We are more on a strategy of logistical integration. This means that we try to offer all the value, all the chain value, logistical chain value when we are present on the market. It's not just transport, land transport, but it's also going to be all the value-added services, custom services, over land transport, air transport, and notably to come to the specific question of Africa, we have a lot of projects of fulfillment warehouses. So many locations in Africa, in Central Africa, and West Africa, but also in Southern Africa. So strategy of integration, the possibility of offering fulfilling in what we call storages also. And to come back to the question of the zone of African integration zones, it is an opportunity. It's an exceptional opportunity to increase the market. And I think Tijantia mentioned yesterday, it's exactly the same idea. We have a different impact, whether it's if we're implemented in Cote d'Ivoire or in the US. So the areas of free trade in Africa gives an opening to many markets. So we are, we are very present in everything that is interland transport, that is overland transport between the countries, where we offer not only our trucks, but also everything which is control towers around. So visibility in real time between all the transport between the countries with an update at the digital level, and the possibility and the guarantee to have a visibility on everything that is safety, real time management, and so on and so forth. So we are on an integration of the value chain, adapted specifically to the opening of market while adapting to the local market. And specific to give the example of Togo, because they are a host country, we have invested recently on, for example, electric motorbikes to precisely adapt to the Togolese market, to be able to do local distribution adapted to the local market, but also and I thought that Moses is going to tell us about electrification of transport systems. So to stay on the zone, Mr. Minister explained the basis of Togo of having put legislation, to have put in place a PPP legislation, to have trusted the partners. So you too have made investment. In my presentation, I was saying that we have 16 countries that are landlocked, and if we do one part, and there I'm coming the scanning system, which is an important link here. We do all these investment. We all these investment in an import. These goods have to be able to hit or reach the hinterland country. You have to have infrastructure in place, because it's true that it's a continental free trade zone. But if we do not put the necessary link, it will be an underutilization. This is why I would like you to tell us what I call the poor parent, that is that is important element of joint border post control, and my impression that there was not sufficient attention given to that. Well, thank you very much, Kader. I have listened very keenly, Mr. Minister, a short while ago. It is our argument, if we were to replace everything that was done at the port of Lomé on the border, he would have said everything that I had to say this morning. In fact, our country, in the last few decades, have invested massively in the airports and ports, and the poor parent has been the borders. African borders are neglected. The port and airport and majority are not used by the majority of the populations in Africa. Our parents move primarily through our land borders. The goods, intra and inter-community, go through our borders. What is observed at the borders? I don't know if you go through the borders, the overland borders, it's really the poor parents. We do not receive any attention. There has to be a real change of paradigm, the way of looking at the crossing of our borders. When you go to our overland borders, the control services are under conditions that are totally inadequate, without equipment, without specific equipment to do the work correctly. To go from a country to the other in our countries can take 3 to 4 days. It is easier to receive strawberries from France or England in any of our capital than to have cola nuts from Cote d'Ivoire to Gambia, for example, or for Togo to have the Togolese pineapple that everybody knows, but which is difficult to obtain in Dakar, Abidjan, or elsewhere. Why? Because the crossing from one country to the other poses a problem. This is how the scanning system, after having done the detailed feasibility studies, latched upon, and we identified the borders as the poor parents of exchanges between our countries. So we invested massively in the creation of what we call joint control post. What does it mean? In our country, it's tradition when you go from one country to the other, you do all the formality on the country of departure, and 500 meters, you do the same formalities on the country country of arrival. So the same thing is duplicated without mentioning all the constraint and all the harassment. So the joint control post makes it possible to regroup on a modern logistical platform the control services of the two countries, make available to them a system, an integrated computerized management system, which makes it possible for them to process a departure or an arrival in a simultaneous manner so as to streamline the traffic between our different countries. Let me take the example of the joint post of Saint-Cassé, which we opened in 2011, which was the pilot post, which made it possible to put in place the whole regulation for the control joint for the future joint control post. When we started in 2013, there was maybe between 180 and 220 vehicles per day. Today we have more than 1,000 vehicles per day, trucks, buses, private cars. Within 10 years. So these joint post is a weak link, but is an essential link if we want to increase the intra-African exchanges. So you talked about borders.
You are in the air transport sectors, and we just mentioned the difficulty we have with land borders. So in the context of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is supposed to facilitate the movement of people, and first I must commend you for what ASCAI has done to facilitating the integration of the people in this region, because we all know, we travel, how difficult it is to get from one capital here to the next. So congratulations on actually pushing this through. But what I want to hear you on is, how do you see the agreement, the treaties that were signed? How does that facilitate your business, and how and in which direction, and how are you going to go to further enhancing the integration of the region? Is that translated to more lines, more destinations that are being served? How does that facilitate your business? And if not, if it doesn't, tell us. We have deciders here who can make the case for you.
Well, the airline ASCAI is operating in West Central and South Africa, about 26 destinations. Now, in the next 1 month, we have a plan also to open Luanda, Angola, and the upper month also to East Africa, Nairobi. So that makes Lomé the 5th biggest connecting hub for the inter-African air traffic. That will be next to Addis, Johannesburg, Nairobi, Cairo, and then Lomé. Lomé comes out of nowhere and becomes, with a continent of 54 countries, it becomes the 5th biggest inter-Africa connector. It is because of ASCAI. So the destinations are going to increase. What we envisage, the advantages from SATM and Continental Free Trade Agreement and Free Sky and all this, our biggest concern on these things is that so that they will not remain just invoking slogans. You know, African countries agree at AU level, but when they come to their respective governments, they need to sincerely implement them. Right now, when we see the integration of West and Central Africa, people are highly integrated. They have common currency, they have common language, French language, and what they have been lacking was transport facilities in terms of logistics. You know, air transport is the most practical way of connecting people and goods, because instead of building 30,000 kilometers of railways or road, if you build just 3-kilometer runway, then you are able to connect the people. And what we do is that now the route networks are there as a logistic, but the soft connectors like SATM and Continental Free Trade and all this countries need to sincerely implement them. There are places in Africa where I would like to fly, but although they are signatories of this, they have not been forthcoming to give me flying right up to now. So they need to be really sincerely implementing these things. By the time you do that, and also the soft integrator, the soft logistical integrators like visa regime, tariffs. For visas, for example, Africa, respective African countries are welcoming for people coming from the Northern Hemisphere. But when it comes to granting visa for each other, they make you pay big money and they keep you waiting for long. These are soft blockades for that logistics. So Africa needs to be sincere to be working on all of this. Otherwise, the level is set for integrating the continent, and we'll continue doing that.
Thank you. And then one quick word from you on the cargo, because what we would have expected is that as the Continental Free Trade Agreement comes into force, it would have increased the flow of goods, which means that your cargo business should have increased. Have you really seen that? And if not, why?
Well, right now, because we have been narrow body operators, from the aircraft belly capacity, space has not been much ample for additional cargo from baggage and excess baggage. But we do have a cargo airway bill, plus we also do cargo charter to connect goods within the region. But our plan for cargo hubbing here in Lome is that, in collaboration with our strategic partner, Ethiopian Airlines, dedicated full freighters of 100-ton capacity, they will bring the cargo to deposit it here so that we can broadcast it within the region. We are planning to bring narrow-body cargo dedicated aircrafts up to 21 ton so that we can broadcast the cargo which is brought from Asia and intercontinental Africa also. They bring it here, and then we broadcast it to the rest of the region we operate. So we have a plan for that.
Thank you. Now, coming to you, Moses, because we've been talking about the transport sector, and the transport sector has been seen historically as not being the cleanest, right? That we have a CEO of an airline company who will not tell us different, and then scanning system takes care of a few trucks that are going through their borders. Now, yesterday, the president of the bank, the FTB, spoke about greening the economy. And it seems that there's a few startups that are coming in now and helping in the sector of e-mobility. Can you talk to us about why you think that this has lagged in the transport sector and what it is that you're doing about it concretely?
Thank you very much. I think we must first start and accept that for the very long time, most of the transport, if we are to talk about vehicles that are actually operating in Africa, are second, third, fourth, even 10th hand. So we've been a mass importer of what's obsolete technology from other countries, and that's the way we've been. That's actually where, I mean, if I take Kenya, the average vehicle that's imported is 8 years old. So when you're now trying to green that, you find that barrier to actually move into an electric vehicle is extremely high. But I think Africa is at a very good point right now to actually start leapfrogging that whole ecosystem, because what we are seeing in those source markets for those vehicles is they are now beginning to make tangible commitments that these vehicles will not be available. Now, either we will wait to buy second-hand electric vehicles, or we can actually take the opportunity now and actually leapfrog and start actually the value chains to actually start bringing those electric vehicles here, start bringing, using that infrastructure. We've been talking a lot about distribution of electricity and green power. If you are going to generate all this green energy and then you don't put it into public transport. And remember, 80% of all Africans either take one form of public transport, whether it's a two-wheeler, whether it's what we call in East Africa matatus, and I think, I don't know what they're called here. All of us are actually taking, majority of the people do not take, no offense, do not take aeroplanes. They actually are taking your normal public transport. Now, that is the area we can actually make a huge impact, one, on the energy, and even when we're talking about infrastructure, as we're building the infrastructure for the future, we must build infrastructure knowing that in 10 years, Africa is going to be a continent where we're going to be operating electric vehicles, especially with all the conversation we've been having here on green energy. We must use that green energy to actually put it into transportation, because that's when we'll make the biggest impact on our environment and on climate. And that's actually energy that's generated in Africa. That is something that that is bankable, and all that money remains here. So we are not actually becoming just another net importer of vehicles and net importer of fossil fuels. So that's actually what we are trying to do with public transport. So we've started in the bus market. I'm glad to see that you are involved in BRT. In Kenya, we're actually doing it. In Kenya, the entire public service vehicles is private. So we are actually providing electric vehicles at using innovative financing to these private operators, and that actually is going quite well.
Thank you, and I think it's critical that we realize that there's ways of greening this sector, and we need to change the paradigm, and even what's associated with transport as being dirty and so on. So I want to come to each of you, which are leaders in your field, to say a word about what it is that you're doing and how you're addressing greening, whether it is in the port sector, in the logistics, or in the airline. Who's a volunteer to go first to tell us? Maybe Muna, you can go first and tell us what you're doing in greening your sector.
In greening the sector, right? So logistics industry is one of the most polluting industries in the world, and it's not something that we're proud of, but it's something that we need to recognize for us to be able to take actions on it. And one of the major actions is making sure that we run with green energy, because those ships that actually transport the goods from one extreme location in the world to the other, they do it while polluting on the way. So green energy, that's a super priority, and it's actually a major field, so we would need way more time to go through the details. The other thing is any single building, any warehouse, any cold store, anything that we would go and invest in a specific country, it has to come with green specificities and a green foundation. We cannot afford to build now things that are going to impact negatively the environment in the future. So strong green requirements, strong green investments also, for example, in our fulfillment warehouses, in our cold stores, and that is a given, regardless of the cost that comes with it. That is quite high now because it's actually a new infrastructure. And then the third point potentially is the fact that we do adapt to the local market. So as I mentioned, green motorbikes, EV motorbikes in Togo, EV trucks in several locations in the world, also in Africa. It's something that we're considering in several locations in Africa. And we want to make sure that we do drive this. If something is not ready in a specific market, then it is our responsibility.
To bring it in.
It is our responsibility, because the same way we are the ones impacting, we should be the ones taking the lead to make sure that it is reduced gradually to the point that it is zero emissions by 2030. So a lot of actions, and I'll be happy to discuss further separately.
Maury, I want to come to you on your joint border post, and what are you doing to make it more efficient and greener?
Well, by nature, what we're doing has an environmental impact on the transport sector in the region. You don't see trucks parked all over our cities, our town. We provide them with secured parking facilities and so on. And on our own level, we use solar panels for energy on our sites. We use motorbikes, as they mentioned it, for our staff to go around the site because it's 15 hectares, it's big. We do as much as we can to lower our environmental impact in the sector. But what is the main thing in our sector is that trucks in the region are around 15 to 20 years old. They're very, very old trucks running. And the difficulties I imagine for the public sector is that there are not big organizations, big companies. Usually, mostly it's a pop and mom shop, 1 or 2 trucks. I think the challenge for authorities is to be able to regroup these small companies, these small shops, to have larger companies and be able to provide them with facilities to renew their fleet, etc., etc. I see that this is being addressed in most of our countries.
That's what I was going to come to and say. Monsieur le ministre, vous êtes interpellé par Monsieur Diané. Il vous dit qu'il y a un défaut de
Well, there is lack of regulation. I believe this is what he was saying in a quite a diplomatic manner.
How do you make sure that we have professional transporters in our region? And that's an issue. And I think it has to come through regulation. And I think when it comes to Togo, we have adopted a certain number of regulation in the transportation sectors. But it also has to come from the users of the services. When I'm about to put my containers on a truck, does it have insurance? Is the truck in good condition? Who is the driver? Is he a professional driver? All those, I think there is a part of regulation, but there is also a part of mind changing. And unless we are able to combine those of the two of them, it will be very difficult to tackle this problem. Well, I really want to thank you for all you are doing, because nothing will happen in the port if at the border it takes 4 days to cross the border. And I truly recognize that as an issue, because we don't have standardized IT system. We don't have, although in ECOWAS we have the common custom regulation, we don't have something very standardized which makes sure that the going from a border to another one is eventless. Exactly. So that's what I want to add. I hope I could have time to add more. I know people are waiting for lunch, but...
Thank you. We'll give the words to Gregory, who wanted to come in.
Thank you. You give me the best opportunity with all these arguments to connect all of them in between the green, the ZLECAf, your subject, in the way that we can start green by having trucks not queuing, waiting to start up and down to enter, whether the port, whether at the border. So that is the connection where we come to digitalization, because digitalization brings speed, fast connections, but also allowed the people to prepare their cross-boarding at the border when they start already going on the way. The same for the ships, and with the support with the minister, we have been one of the first ports in the region to pre-manifest the cargo before it comes. So this helped me to connect to the ZLECAf, because if tomorrow we have the freedom to cross the border without stopping, because all the processes are done online, the trucks will not stand in the road polluting because they have to start on and off. So all these elements that we were talking about are intimately connected to the change, as the minister said, the change of mind, and also will help the transporter, because when you can do 5 or 6 or 10 trips to Niger or to Burkina instead of 2 per month, you make more money, so you can invest, and you can be supported by bigger company as a subcontractor, which will finance the trucks, and you will be able to pay. So everything, as you can see, is quite interconnected, and as shipping line or our port industries, we want that to happen. That will make the change, because at the end, it's in the favor of the population, because the cost will reduce, because software transport is reducing as well, because when you do more trips to one destination, the cost will reduce as well. So I think everything is circled together, and you gave me the best way to put all this together in the same pot.
That was actually my job to wrap it up, but because you've done it so well, I'll stop here, and then I'll use the opportunity to thank all of you, starting with the Honorable Minister. We had a fantastic panel. I was fortunate to have people from the port sector, logistics, air transport, e-mobility, and government representatives. So thank you very much for your time for the conversation.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments we will be having our fireside
chat with Africa's first female astronaut, Sarah Sabri, who is here with us in the auditorium. Once we're done with the photographs, the crew will remove the excess chairs on the platform, leaving 2 in place, and then we will proceed with the fire chat, which you don't want to miss. It's going to be an amazing time.
I'd like to make an announcement. We're going to have an additional signature, and these 2 days have been amazing with the amount of agreements that have been signed. We're signing an agreement between Africa50 and CDC Benin. To that note, I would like to direct to the side table for signature the CEO of CDC Benin and the CEO of Africa50. Mr. Ebobisse, please, if you would.
I'm going to kindly ask that the gentlemen and ladies in the front of the hall, please take your seats. Cameramen, could you please take your seats, please? Excuse me, could you please take your seats and discontinue the interviews, please? Excuse me, could you please discontinue the interviews? Thank you very much for your cooperation. Greatly appreciated. Good afternoon. I know that it's a short while before lunch, but we will be getting to that shortly. I trust that following that session that just ended, you, ladies and gentlemen, are ready for takeoff. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, One of the organizational distinctives of Africa50 is its capacity to think outside the box and push the frontiers of what is possible. Now, during our meeting here in Lome today, you're about to meet a remarkable woman who defies gravity and pushes the boundaries of human exploration. With her unwavering determination and a passion for the stars, Sarah Sabri has soared to new heights, both literally and figuratively. She trained in astrophysics and aerospace engineering, and in 2021 became the first African astronaut aboard an international space station. It really is my pleasure to welcome to this Africa50 fireside chat a pioneer astronaut with an indomitable spirit who is an inspiration to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very, very warm welcome to Sarah Sabri. I'm really curious. I mean, not too many people, particularly when you were young, wake up and say, one day I'm going to be an astronaut. What was the pivotal moment for you? When did you know you were going to become an astronaut?
It was more about curiosity than anything else. I started asking a lot of questions after my studies. I graduated from mechanical engineering in Egypt, did my master's in biomedical engineering in Italy, and then I started asking the big questions about humanity, about our origins, about life. And the more I was looking for those answers, the more I was left with more questions. And that really drove me into really thinking, so what can I do about it? And I think that's the most important question that I've ever asked myself. So since then, it was, well, also there's this quote that I've heard, and I think it's really important. You cannot be what you cannot see. And for me, I couldn't really see anyone that came from the same country, from the same continent, that did something that I wanted to do.
Was that a limiting factor for you?
Well, of course, because there was no path for me to take. I had to kind of make it up as I go, and I had to really believe that it was possible.
So I'm going to ask you, as a parent, I'm going to ask you this question. What did your parents say? Your father, your mother?
My parents, for them, before getting the news that I was going to space, my dad was a very big reason for why I am the way I am. Because as a man in Egypt, he never really distinguished between the capabilities of a man and a woman, which is quite rare, honestly. And he taught us that, we can do everything, we can do anything. And I saw how much he sacrificed, both of my parents, my mom as well. She was one of the first electrical engineers in Lebanon. So I had both of my parents, I have both of them to thank for becoming who I am, because I think it's really important for you to believe that it is possible, that you are capable more than anything. And then you work your way towards making it happen.
But what was it, not having any role models that were African, that you knew of, that really convinced you that you could make it?
Well, I really believed, honestly. And because you can't be what you can't see, I had to see myself do it. And I think for me, I was always thinking, I'm just going to work as hard as I can. And I've always been really more working towards solving a problem, and I treated this as if it was a regular engineering problem. So this is a problem, we need to have answers to these questions. So how do you break it down? So I need to do this, I need to do that, and then you just work and keep working and keep having focus. I think that's really important. And above all, the most important part is seeing yourself. It's really believing, because if you don't see yourself do the thing, it's going to be really hard to actually do it. So for me, what I used to do is, before going to sleep every single night, I used to imagine myself sitting on top of in a capsule, on the chair, strapped in, on top of a rocket. I used to do it again and again and again and again. That would be the last thing I would see until it actually happened.
So you imagined it and it became a reality?
Yes.
Okay. for those who may not really be conversant with what it takes to become an astronaut, and let me help put that in perspective. There are only 632 people who have ever been to space, less than 700. And of the 700, only 80 are women. So you belong to a very exclusive, very rare club. What were the challenges that you had to overcome to get there? And what were the lessons that you learned from that experience?
Well, the fact that it's an exclusive club is something that, I really don't want it to be that way. I think the first thing that I said when I came back from space was that everyone needs to see this. Everyone needs to be able to see Earth from space because it belongs to anyone. And for me, I think becoming the first in something is just the first step. It's our responsibility to kick the door open for others to follow and to make it easier for them. And for me, I was always told not to pursue everything that I wanted to pursue because as a woman, I shouldn't be interested in mechatronics. And wanting to work in the biomedical engineering field, that I would never have any opportunities, that it was ridiculous for me to be doing that. And then when it came to being interested in the space field, I was told that it was just a waste of time. And above all of that, in our culture, in our country, sometimes the success of a woman is regarded as less than that of a man, and that we always have a backup in the end, where you could just get married and stay at home. But for me, that was not an option. And I think it's really important to be resilient in those moments, where you need to shut that off and really trust in what you think is necessary. And for me, it was really necessary for me to do something that is at least try to do something with my life that is worth doing. And for me, that's always something that has stayed with me since forever.
So what was the process of getting from where you were to getting into the program and succeeding? Against how many other candidates?
Between 3,000 and 7,000 applicants from all over the world. And they only selected one person.
One person out of 3,700?
Yeah. And honestly, I could have discouraged myself from applying. I could have just told myself, well, I'd probably never make it. Why would they choose like an Egyptian woman? It's for me, it's really difficult. I think I honestly applied the night before the deadline as well. It was just something that, we always, as engineers, we always leave everything to the last second. But it's more about, just try. I think for me, before getting this one yes, I have gotten an immense number of no's. I have gotten so many rejections before, and I think you need to kind of not let that get to you and really try to use everything that people tell you, you can't do this, you're not good enough, you're never gonna succeed, you're never gonna have opportunities, like all of the things that you're always told, and I'm sure a lot of people resonate with this, and I'm sure a lot of people have been told the same things, that this is not for you, you shouldn't do this, and you have all of those things that you're constantly being told. And it could be difficult to not let that get to you, but you have to. You have to just kind of believe in what you're doing and really believe in the possibility that it is possible. And no matter what, at least you tried. At least you have to put yourself out there and go outside your comfort zone and really take the risk.
So believe in yourself and mental resilience. I'm sure those are principles that apply to every sphere of life, including business, and for those who are entrepreneurs in the room, also startups and whatever businesses that you're running. I have a quick question for you. Jeff Bezos, one of your colleagues, who's also an astronaut, when he had the opportunity of going to outer space, he came back and made a statement. He said, there are no boundaries in space. It's just one planet, and it's fragile. And it changed his perspective, not just about life, but also the planet that we live in. And since then, he's become a champion of sorts for the fight against climate change. In what ways did your experience in outer space change your mindset and your perspective about life on this planet that we live in?
This is one of my favorite things to talk about, honestly. And I was sent to space to analyze something called the overview effect, which is something that happens to your brain when you see Earth from space. And it is really a lot more profound than I thought it was ever going to be. as an engineer, I'm trained to be skeptical, but also trained to have an open mind. To always be, as a scientist, you have to be open to change your mind about things. So for me, it was about, well, yes, probably it's going to change something, and probably there is going to be, you know, because we haven't evolved to experience something like this, our brains are not trained to see Earth from space. We're always used to seeing everything from the inside. So for me, the thing that was really, really significant was how close space is. And we always, in our language, we always say that Earth is something, space is something, and we always say we're going to space, when I think we need to be correcting our language and say we're just leaving Earth, because we are already on space. We are on a spaceship called Earth, and we are floating in space. And a lot of the things,
So in other words, there's a continuum. We're in space, but we don't realize it, because when you're in outer space, Earth is in space.
Yes.
You're just looking at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, and that changes a lot of the ways that you see the world. And for me, the scale of everything changed. When you go to space, you don't see lines on the map. There are no lines. And those lines are what have created all of the disparities and all of the conflict that we have here on Earth. So you come back from space with this mindset that, well, it's our responsibility to protect it and to fix things. And when you see this thin blue line and you realize that's the only thing protecting us from space, you really feel the sense of, well, it's the only thing, and we have to protect it. It's the only home that we have. So since coming back from space, I have shifted my mindset into taking responsibility to actually do that and to really create much bigger change. I've always worked on solving problems my entire life, but now I am less afraid to take the bigger risks.
Awesome. Now, to your mind, as an astrophysicist, as an engineer, scientist, in what ways can science and tech help Africa leapfrog innovation? And what do you think the greatest advancements are that will have the greatest impact on the continent?
Well, it's really difficult for me to point at anything that we use in our daily lives that is not connected to space. Literally everything. And I think it's just about, you know, realizing to kind of point that out. Everything that we are so dependent on space and the technologies that come from it. We actually go to space for Earth. And this is something that I think not a lot of people realize. All of the astronauts that are on the International Space Station right now, they're working on experiments that benefit life on Earth. We're working on solutions for cancer research, for osteoporosis, which is this when you lose bone mass as you age. This is something that's going to happen for everyone. And we're working on treatments for that in space, because you lose bone density at a much faster pace when you're in space. So that we're working on experimenting in those first in space to be used on Earth. And then a lot of things that could benefit Africa as well as satellite developments, let's say. So satellite could be used for remote sensing, it could be used for weather predictions and a lot of things. And if we continue depending on other countries for this data, we are giving up a lot of control. And I think it's really, really important for us to gain that control.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think it's really, really important for us to have that power with respect to the rest of the world, to have a seat at the table and to really be able to make those decisions about humanity's future as well. We are going back to the moon before the end of the century, and we're aiming to go to Mars. So how we can't have just the demographic of people that are on the moon and in space not look like the demographic of people on Earth. This just cannot be right. It's just not right.
Well, you know, with that projection about men and women going to the moon, where do you project that will be in terms of space exploration in the next 5 to 10 years? How different will it be in terms of the numbers and in terms of what will be happening in that space? And why is it important? Why is the space race important?
There's a lot of reasons for that. So first is there's this philosophical side and there's this actual technical side. So the philosophical side is that our universe is just so huge. And we as human beings the fact that we ask questions it is what makes the reality around us reality, right? If we're not there to question it, if we're not there to ask the questions or like look for its beauty, then it's not, who tells us that if it's real or not? And the universe is so big that it's very, very highly likely that there is other life out in space. So for me, would be really, really sad for humanity to not be multiplanetary, for humanity not explore where it just came from. We are made of stardust. When you eat a plant, you are eating a plant that contains the energy that's coming from the sun. So you're eating things that are coming from space. So and we are made of that. And it's just about exploring our origins, our understanding of the world. And that could help us be able to save Earth. Because when we're studying what happened to Mars, let's say, why is it not livable right now? If we continue to study why it's become what it is, we can be able to solve life on Earth. And all of the technologies that we're using for that are directly applicable for Earth.
How long were you in space for, and what were your responsibilities? I'm assuming it just wasn't a sightseeing trip.
It was not a sightseeing trip, no. I was sent to space to analyze the Orbio effect. So it was on a suborbital flight, so it was within a day. It was on a rocket called New Shepard. So it was named after Alan Shepard, the first American astronaut. So it was the same exact trajectory that he did many years ago. So for me, because I was the most trained astronaut out of the crew, I was responsible for medical emergencies. I was seated on the astronaut 1 seat and next to the capsule, the hatch. So in case something were to happen, I was responsible for specific scenarios, and I was the only one certified to actually conduct those just in case scenarios. But thankfully, everything was okay.
Now, there have been mishaps over the years of the many decades of exploratory space travel. Were there any concerns, inhibitions that you had, or fears just before takeoff? What was that experience like, and what was the experience like for you from blast off to suddenly finding yourself in space? How long does that take? So 2 questions in one. Was there any fear, and then what was that experience like for those of us who spend most of our time here on terra firma?
Yes. Well, I'd like to kind of give you an experiment. If you close your eyes right now and try to imagine yourself walking on a launch pad towards the rockets. And the rocket is there, the capsule hatch is open, and you see your seat, and you're walking towards it. And the rocket is already alive, so you hear it. And you go to your seat and you sit down, and you're doing your last checkups with mission control. You tend to start feeling this anxiety inside, right? You feel this feeling in your stomach, this ache, where, oh my God, I'm sitting on a rocket and I'm gonna be launching in space. And well, you need to kind of be able to switch those feelings, to be able to really think clearly just in case anything happens. You need to be able to really be at ease and be at peace with whatever outcome that comes. So part of my training was a lot of psychological training. I had to visualize myself in that scenario again and again and again, and replace whatever anxiety, whatever fear you're feeling with moments of peace. And my moment of peace was when I was volunteering in Madagascar in one of my chapters many years ago. We had turtle watches in the morning at 6 a.m. So I used to sit on the deck, watch the ocean, when you had to just spot turtles. We were surveying the turtles. And for me, that was the most peaceful time of my life. So you have to switch the moment of being at peace when you're actually on top of a controlled explosion, basically. And you've signed your life away. You have to sign a bunch of papers, really making sure that you're aware that this is not without risk. And you know that. But
because there's the risk that you probably might not come back.
Well, of course, there's always that risk. When you go to cross the street, that's a risk as well. And I think it's all about whether you think the risk is worth it or not. For me, the risk was very worth it, because I had been working so hard for so long for that even if I knew that I might not come back, it was worth it for me, because you become a lot more at peace as well with death and at peace with a lot of things, at peace with yourself, at peace with everyone around you, with your work, with your purpose in life. And that honestly transformed me. I mean, it's really, really, I think, something that we need to all be okay with, because death is inevitable. And I think the best thing that we could do instead of fearing it is being at peace with it and living your life every single day with your sense of, am I fulfilling my purpose? Am I doing my best? Am I helping as many people as I can every single day? Am I really trying to make a difference? And if at least one or two of these has been checked, then you should feel at peace. If you should not fear what you're not in control of, you should always 100% work your maximum when you are in control, but never stress what you're not in control of. If you're sitting on a plane, there is nothing, I mean, it's scary to say that, but there is absolutely nothing that you can do to stop it from crashing. So it's just being at peace with that mindset of, well, I'm sitting here, why stress about something that I'm not in control of, and just enjoy and be at peace with everything.
Great words of wisdom, and certainly tremendous applications for life in general. Now, you started a startup. It's a tech startup, and you're also the chief business officer of another startup. My assumption, just from what you said, is that you've been able to take lessons from your experience as an astronaut and bring that into the world of business. That's my assumption.
Yes, of course. My company in Colorado, what we do is we're trying to target the problem of inaccessibility in space. When I wanted to work in the space field, because of my passport, I'm Egyptian, I was not allowed to apply to positions even if I was completely 100% qualified for, because of where I'm from. So there are laws that exist that stop people from working in the field if you want to, even if you're qualified. So I started this company. What we do is we create opportunities for people from all over the world. We do not have any limitations from resources to nationalities to anything at all. So we provide opportunities in research and education, and we have space lawyers working on educating Congress about the laws that exist and why they need to be changed. Because a lot of US companies are having trouble hiring people, and a lot of international partnerships and collaborations between the world, which is part of the UN Outer Space Treaty, that's one of the priorities, they're just not happening or being stopped after years of work because of those laws. So now we have around 80-something researchers from all over the world working, and they're being mentored from people from NASA, from SpaceX, from Blue Origin, biggest names out there. And they're actually conducting very solid and very impactful research in the space field, where they would otherwise not have had the opportunity to do that. So everything that we've created within Deep Space Initiative is everything that I wish I had at the beginning. And in the second company, what we do is we use algae it's a very simple solution to a very big problem. And that's how I always like to think of things. You can always take a very big problem, break it down, and use simple solutions. And you could be creative. You could use, I mean, it could be anything, but it needs to happen. You need to be able to do it. And for this other company, so what we do is we're using algae for carbon sequestration and O2 production. So we have an Earth line and a space line. For Earth, we're trying to reduce the carbon in the atmosphere. So we have products that can be placed indoors or outdoors, and remove all of the pollutants and toxins that are in the atmosphere. Again, it's a very simple solution, and it could be out there. But the problem here is that academia, business, politics, there is some language barrier, and that's something that I've noticed. Because my background is in engineering and I have experience in entrepreneurship, I see this barrier all the time. So that's what I do now to help companies as well, is that you need to translate this language. And since coming back from space, getting more involved in politics and like trying to speak to politicians, there is a whole other language.
Remove the boundaries.
Yes, yes. And there's a lot of, and this is a whole new language. So I think there needs to be a bridge between those languages, this language of tech and engineering, this language of business, and how do you commercialize something that's been done in academia for decades, that is a useful product that could be life-saving, it's literally saving the world from climate change.
One of your companies is based in Colorado, the other one's based in Poland. My obvious question is going to be, when are you and your partners going to set up something in Africa, considering that quite a number of African countries already have space programs, and I'm sure that there are lots of young people who would aspire or want to aspire to the same things that you have aspired to, but would never have the opportunity, considering, again, the boundaries between where we are in Africa and the opportunities to get either to Europe or the United States. Any plans to set up anything in Africa? I know it's a tall order, and you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
But what are your thoughts about that?
I would love to. I have a very, honestly, that's something that I'm really, really working very hard to make happen, because I think it's really important for Africa to have that edge, because I am African, and I feel like also the sense of, well, I need to help Africa. It's because it's where I'm from, it's my home, it's in my blood. And I mean, doing that, everything that we do, so the company in Colorado, we have people from all over working, so they have the opportunity. So it being based in Colorado is not limiting, and that's what we're working on.
So Africa50, you heard that here. There's an opportunity with Sarah, so I hope you're taking notes here. I'm going to give you a few final words here. For the young audience, young adults who are aspiring, not necessarily to be an astronaut, although there are some who would be, but others also have other ambitions. And there are numerous challenges, lots of bottlenecks along the way. And you have many, many young people who are frustrated or despondent and have lost hope. Given your experiences overcoming remarkable obstacles, what would your advice to them be, based on your experience?
A few things. Well, if we want to achieve something that was deemed impossible, we need to really believe that it is possible. We need to really see it happen. So I think there are 3 pillars here that I think I always like to mention, is that, yes, you need to work really hard. You can't just dream about something without working for it. But you need to not only work for it, but you need to also have focus. In our day and age now, there's a lot of short-term gratification. There's a lot of distractions. And I think having focus on the long-term effect rather than the short-term ones, that's really, really important. So you have to make a lot of sacrifices, a lot of them. And you need to have to trust your gut in understanding that they are going to be worth it. And 3, which is the most important one, is seeing it happen. I think there's this very untapped power of visualization and manifestation that is just so powerful that we have as human beings that I think is maybe not talked about enough. You have to see it happen, and I think the more you do that, the more you see yourself in those positions, I think the more possible it's going to become. I remember a few days ago, I was sitting in the room where I grew up in Egypt, and I was thinking almost exactly 15 years ago, I was in that room, and I couldn't really see my future. I couldn't see myself in any of the positions that were available around me. And I was wondering, what is my future going to look like? I can't see it. I can't see anyone doing what I want to do. And for me, that kind of like switched things up, and I was like, well, yes, I'm going to see myself in there until it actually happens. And that continuing to do that, continuing to just believe in yourself and believing in people around you. The problem in Egypt and a lot of countries as well is that we tend to have a lot more disbelief in ourselves, in our country, in our people that are of the same blood, that live in the same place. We disbelieve in them. We always think that we're not going to be good enough. And that also should be changed. We need to believe in ourselves and believe in others around us. We need to have this sense of, the pie does not have a specific amount of pieces. So if you take one, there's not less for others. And so I think it's like all of that, the mindset of, well, there's always more, and the more you try, the more there's going to be available. I think we need to be working with others. And the last thing is resilience. When it gets really, really hard, the only thing that's going to either tell you you're going to succeed or not is if you give up. I think when things get really, really hard, that's when you want to give up the most. And I saw this piece of advice about, especially PhD, because I'm doing my PhD, is that when things get really, really hard, you can't quit. You quit when they're easy. Because then when you can quit, like it's not a bad thing to just give up on something. You can, an idea for a startup could be just too early for the market, right? And that's not, dropping that is not giving up, but it's just making a smart decision. And similarly, for a PhD or for any other decision, do not quit when things are hard. quit when things are calm, because that's when you're making the right decision. When things are hard, you have to stick with it. You have to keep going, because you've gotten this far and you have no idea how much further you need to actually make it. So I think that's the key here. Don't quit when things are hard, quit when things are easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give Sarah Sabri a warm round of applause. You truly are a remarkable individual, truly inspiration and wise words coming from someone as young as you are. Congratulations on all of your accomplishments. The fact of the matter is that Sarah Sabri embodies really the hopes and the aspirations of many of us. As an astronaut, as a scientist, her hopes and her dreams really mimic the dreams and the hopes that many of us have. The sky is not the limit, as Sarah has found as she's explored space. Really, when you go beyond the sky, as many of us will in our journey called life, all it is a stepping stone into a greater journey for every single one of us. So for those of you who are entrepreneurs, investors, business people, the sky is not the limit. It is just a stepping stone into a greater beyond right here on terra firma. You have a purpose, your life counts, and you will make a difference. On that note, I'm going to invite Dr. Adeshina and Alan to the platform to close this session. Please, I think we can do a whole lot better, both for Alan and Dr. Adeshina, as well as one final applause for Sarah Sabri. Sarah, it's been a wonderful, wonderful pleasure.
Thank you so much,
I wish you great
Victor.
success.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I actually wish I came much earlier, but I had several other things I was doing. But Sarah, you are just simply inspiring, just quite amazing. You know, to have a young African scientist like you give us a hope that young people can actually be in space. It's quite incredible. I remember as a young kid, what's the astronaut at the Apollo? Neil Armstrong. Yeah, I actually went to Purdue University, my school, so I claim that at least I have a little bit of affinity towards the space. But Neil Armstrong, when he actually landed on the moon, my father took us out to a stadium in Nigeria, which was Olubadan Stadium, to watch you know, Neil Armstrong walk on the moon. And I always felt that everybody going to the moon were not Africans, you know. And now to have not only an African, but to have an African woman in space, I think it is quite amazing.
Thank you so much.
People always say that what women can do, what men can do, but I think that women can do better what men can do. And yesterday we were talking, and I was asking Sarah about space, and she told me that the Earth was just a little blue curve, right, like that. And so at least that's very comforting too. And I asked her, I said, how does it look like when you look at us? She said, when you look down from there, you guys don't look like you matter. It's very small. So that's pretty humbling to know that for all the things we do, we don't really matter that much. We're pretty small compared to what's up there. But thank you for being a great inspiration. Thank you for loving science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Thanks for being an inspiration for us in Africa. And thank you for helping us to know that for some of us that, you know, when my time ends as president of the African Development Bank, I'll have to find a new future. And now I see that I probably can go to space.
Yes, for sure.
And maybe Alan, we may start investing in infrastructure to get us there. And the board members are here, maybe we'll be able to do that. But please put your hands together for her.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. We're very proud of you. Thanks for being a great inspiration.
Thank you
and
so
now
much.
to my future co-pilot going to the moon or something.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was not planned. So I think first of all, let me thank His Excellency President Faure, the government, all the distinguished participants, ministers, my chairman, just for participating in this great 2 days that we've just spent together. We heard about, the visionary leaders, His Excellency President For Nyaksimbe, and then our chairman, Dr. Adeshina. We heard about their visions, and then we also spent some time learning about different topics on infrastructure. I also believe that we heard, inspiring advice from Tidjane Thiam, one of our African champions. And we did a few additional things which are quite important, a number of signings, just to concretize the vision of our leaders. Again, President For and Chairman Adeshina, they've presented the vision, but we're showing to them that we're starting implementation by the signing. One of the important signings was the Acceleration Fund, where we're mobilizing institutional investors' capital to channel it into African infrastructure. So a lot of excitement here. Now we need to make sure that we go ahead and implement at speed and at scale. That's what we want to do starting now. And I also want to thank Sarah for your inspiring words. Quite amazing what you've done. And I was listening to you and I was saying, gosh, she's young and she has so much wisdom. I actually took a lot of notes, I should say. I mean, I'm proud of learning. Whenever I am able to learn, I learn with pride. So thank you very much for sharing your wisdom. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for leading us. And thank you to my colleagues, organization team, TPD and her team that put this together, and the organization. So great stuff. Let's go and implement at speed and with scale.
Yeah. Just one more thing as we go. It was great yesterday, everybody on the dance floor and so on. And I was happy to actually have an opportunity to dance with Sarah. And I realized that our steps were different from those on the earth. And she was kind of floating a little bit and so on. So I had asked her yesterday how it was. She said, you float in the air, So I think we learned something, float dancing or something like that. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Victor Ladokun. We'll see you on the moon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bon appetit, everyone. We're just going to take a quick group photograph.